Good evening, everyone, all those joining us in person this evening, as well as our viewing and listening public. I'm Carolyn Rye, Chair of the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach, and I hereby call this meeting to order at 6 o'clock p.m. on this 20th day of July 2021. Based on current CDC guidance, as well as that of the Virginia Health Commissioner, as said guidance relates to physical distancing, the school board will accommodate 100% seating capacity within the school board chambers for attendees and guests beginning today, July 20th. Attendance means the ability to have a seat in chambers and does not provide for standing of attendees or guests. Should no seats be available, interested parties may watch, as always, via VBTV Channel 47, participate via live streaming on vbschools.com, or via Zoom. With that, Madam Clerk, would you please announce those board members in attendance?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Attending in school board chambers is Chairwoman Rye, Miss Melnick, Miss Hughes, Miss Manning, Miss Anderson, Miss Weems, Miss Holtz, Miss Felton, Miss Riggs, and Miss Franklin. And attending via Zoom is Miss Owens.
Thank you, and Ms. Owens is participating from home. So thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, I ask that all join me for a moment of silence. And please stand as you are able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, there are no public recognitions this evening, so that brings us to adoption of the agenda, and with a short note that item 11A4 has an amendment to the proposed language that was sent to school board members and made available to the public this afternoon. So a motion to approve. Mrs. Anderson, a second. Mrs. Franklin, any discussion?
Yeah,
Ms. Nan-
I would like to ask to move, since there were some changes that we were not made aware of on policy 4-6 on the consent agenda, if we could please move that to action 12D.
Is there a second? Mrs. Hughes? Okay. Any discussion before we put the agenda with that amendment to a vote? Well, Mrs. Riggs?
I just wanted to, for the public, just to announce why we had to get a new form on it today was because it was not changed, and we had made sure that we talked about it at our last school board meeting. So it just didn't get put on there in the correct way. And Ms. Linetti, you want to?
Yeah, if I'm correct, the version that went up was the 622 original informal information session version. There were some changes made at that meeting. We altered that language, but whatever reason, we didn't upload the right version of it to what you asked us to change it to.
Right, so it was discussed at our last school board meeting. So I just wanted, for the record.
All right, so do we first vote on the motion to amend the agenda?
It's a substitute motion, so you
Yes.
vote on Ms. Manning's motion.
Yes. So now this is strictly a vote to pull this policy out of consent and add it to action. So all in favor, please show a raised hand.
We have 6 ayes.
Okay, all opposed? Look at her.
Miss Melnick, how was your first vote? Was it yay or nay? So recount, we had 5 ayes and we have 6 nays, so the motion did not pass.
And Ms. Owens' vote is included in that, correct?
Ms. Owens, how do you vote?
I vote nay.
Thank you.
So restate the outcome, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, can the nays raise their hands again, please? Thank you. So we had we had 5 ayes with Ms. Hughes, Ms. Manning, Ms. Rye, Ms. Weems, and Ms. Franklin, and 6 nays in Ms. Owens, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Melnick, Ms. Holtz, Ms. Felton, and Ms. Riggs. So the motion did not pass.
All right, thank you. So now we'll put up for adoption the agenda as posted. Motion to approve. Mrs. Anderson, a second. Mrs. Felton, all in favor, please? Discussion? Yes, ma'am.
So, I simply wanted to move it from consent to action so that I could ask questions, since I did not see this literally until this afternoon. I'm still confused on which version we're voting on. I have 2 here in front of me, so I don't even know which one we're voting on. So I'm very disappointed that my colleagues wouldn't even allow questions to have this move to action. I'm not saying that I disagree with it. I'm saying that I just had questions about it. So I just want to make that point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mrs. Anderson?
So, we had a discussion about this at the last meeting, which I think you weren't present for. So, if you had watched the video, you might have understood why this language was what it was. It just didn't get posted correctly, as we discussed at the last meeting.
Mrs. Hughes?
I was at the last meeting. I actually happen to have a problem with some of the wording on this. I had a problem when it was in committee. I have a problem with it now. And I would like to not have to vote no to everything else on the consent agenda. I do believe that when any board member wants to pull something out to discuss separately, there should be no problem with discussing it.
Okay, that vote did take place, but did you have a final comment, Ms. Manning?
Yes, I just want to, Miss Rye, I just wanted to address the issue of why I wasn't here at that board meeting. I was on a mission trip, so I just want to clarify that for the record. It wasn't that I just missed the meeting.
Okay, so with that, Madam Clerk, do we have a second on the adoption of the posted agenda?
Yes, we do.
All right.
It was Ms. Anderson and then Ms. Felton.
Okay. Barring further discussion, please show your approval with a raised hand.
We have 9 ayes.
All opposed, please raise your hand.
And we have 2 nays with Ms. Hughes and Ms. Manning. Oh, and Ms. Franklin.
Let's pause a moment. Just give the clerk a moment, please.
We have 8 ayes, and we have 3 nays with Ms. Manning, Ms. Hughes, and Ms. Franklin voting nay. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no idea. All right, that brings us to the superintendent's report. And to state the obvious, we have Dr. Don Robertson here this evening on the dais with us, Chief of Staff. Superintendent Spence is on leave, and Dr. Robertson is acting in his stead. So with that, Dr. Robertson, we look forward to the report.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board. On behalf of Dr. Spence, here are a few items of interest for you and our families to know. The Division's Office of Family and Community Engagement Team, also known as our FACE team, is hosting the first back-to-school care fair August 7th from noon to 4 p.m. at Pembroke Mall. This event offers an opportunity for families to connect with many valuable resources that enhance child development and well-being. This free event will feature 40 youth-serving organizations, agencies, and school division departments. The day will include family-friendly entertainment, free haircuts and vision screenings, presentations, raffles, a backpack giveaway, fun activities, and more. Community partners for the 2021 Back to School Care Fair include Coastal Edge, Virginia Beach Schools Federal Credit Union, Pembroke Mall, Locals Supporting Locals, Virginia Beach Police Department, and many more. For questions about the event or how to become a community partner, please contact the coordinator of School and Community Partnerships by calling 757-263-1799. And we look forward to seeing you there. The Department of Human Resources recently welcomed more than 300 retirees to a drive-through celebration in the school administration building parking lot. Each retiree received a customized insulated gift bag, tumbler, a nothing but lit cake, a yard sign, a personalized retirement certificate, and a glass apple. Among the retirees were Chief Human Resources Officer John Mira, Senior Executive Director of Elementary Schools Sharan Lewis, and Chief Financial Officer Farrell Hunsacker, who all participated in the drive-thru. Mr. Mira also greeted the retirees as their cars came through and was busy recruiting them to volunteer or to come back to work for VB Schools as a substitute. This special celebration was a way of saying thank you for the many meaningful experiences, successes, and achievements throughout the honorees' years with the division. And to our retirees, please accept my heartfelt thanks for all the work, dedication, and love you each put into your position over the years. We will miss you and hope to see you back soon. Don't forget that now is the time to register your child for the 2021-2022 school year. All grades and schools are enrolling students now, and you can find your child's homeschool by visiting vbschools.com/registration. Also, new this year for new students, we are offering an online system which allows parents and guardians the ability to begin the registration process by providing basic information about their child, including health details to expedite the process. Families of new students must still make an appointment with the school in order to finalize registration. For more detailed information on what you will need to bring to complete registering your child, please visit our student registration page on vbschools.com. And thank you, Madam Chair. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Robertson. That brings us to approval of meeting minutes. This references our July 6th through 7th school board retreat and a bridge school board meeting. Any modifications to these minutes? Okay, hearing none, a motion to approve. Mrs. Holtz, a second. Mrs. Hughes, any discussion? Please show your approval with a raised hand.
We have 10 ayes.
All opposed? And let us know if there's an abstention.
I'm abstaining. I was there for the entire first day and most of the second, but had to leave a little bit early for a family commitment, so I'll be abstaining for that reason.
Thank you. So we have 10 ayes, the motion to pass, and 1 abstention with Ms. Manning.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item 10, hearing of citizens and delegations on formal agenda items. The school board will now hear comments on formal agenda items from citizens and delegations who signed up with the school board to speak prior to this meeting. Persons signed up to speak on formal agenda items and who are present are now requested to line up in the hallway in the order they're scheduled to speak so that in-person speakers may address the school board in a timely and orderly manner. In-person speakers will be called first, followed by speakers participating through Zoom or telephone. Speakers should begin speaking once their name is called. As a reminder, each speaker has 4 minutes to present and will be given a 30-second warning.
Madam Chair, at this time, we
Oh,
would
wait,
like.
what, oh, no, I'm not done. I was just waiting for them to, once the speaker's time has expired, the speaker is asked to stop making remarks and the next speaker will be queued to speak. The purpose of hearing public comments at this point in the agenda is for members of the public to address the school board regarding matters on tonight's formal meeting agenda. If a speaker begins speaking on matters not on the formal agenda, that speaker will be ruled out of order and requested to discontinue remarks, and an online speaker will be asked to discontinue as well. If the speaker continues to address the school board regarding matters not on tonight's formal agenda, the chair will rule the speaker out of order and request that the in-person speaker leave the podium so that the next speaker may address the school board. The school board reserves the right to maintain appropriate decorum and order in the school board chambers so that the school board and viewing public are able to observe and hear the school board meeting. Should members of the public interfere with the orderly conduct of the school board meeting, the board reserves the right to take appropriate actions to restore order and allow the business of the board to continue without disruption. Should it be necessary, the chair will recess the meeting until such order can be restored, and the board reserves the right to discontinue public comments in order to continue with the meeting agenda. Please keep in mind the school board invites the public to also submit comments through our group email account, which can be found on our website. If any speaker signed up for the formal agenda item public comment section would like to speak on informal and non-agenda items, the speaker should speak with school division staff in the hallway, and they will move to the formal and non-agenda items public comments rather than the formal agenda section. If a speaker is ruled out of order once the speaker has begun addressing the board, the speaker will not have the opportunity to continue remarks on the informal agenda portion. With that, Madam Clerk, would you please introduce the first speaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're going to start with speakers 1 through 10. Our first speaker is Paula Chang.
Well,
Start my clock also. Okay.
welcome.
You always play into my hands, it's amazing. The major duty of the school board chair and vice chair is to set the direction of the Virginia Beach City Public School based upon the desire of the citizens, not politics, and we desire an excellent academic education for our children, not SEL or CRT. To direct this is your next job, to the implementation by the superintendent, and then to evaluate his success and carry out the desires of the citizens, and also
Sorry, Mrs. Chang,
to-
what agenda topic are you speaking on?
your duties. Duties, it's on the thing, duties of the chair and vice
Okay.
chair. So
Yes,
please
please.
restart the clock. You interrupted me. Please restart the clock.
Please continue.
No, you interrupted me and I was on topic. Restart the clock.
Just please continue. We'll allow a few seconds at the end.
No, you will restart the clock and I will start from the very beginning, therefore it won't be more than 4 minutes.
Okay.
Good,
Let's start
exactly.
on the right foot, please.
Let's exactly start on the right foot. Don't interrupt us. The major duty of the school board, particularly the chair and the vice chair, is to set the direction of the Virginia Beach City Public School based on the desire of the citizens, not politics. To direct this implementation by the superintendent, to evaluate the success, and to carry out the desires of the citizens, as well as to wisely spend the money that we provide for you through hard-earned tax dollars. We evaluate you. You don't evaluate us. The appropriate response when we have something to say and you don't like it is to not change the bylaws. We're using words such as decorum or limitations of time, particularly when you haven't vetted them properly through the policy review committee. And we know this because we are watching you, as you know, and we sat in on the policy review committee and it was not properly moved up here and vetted through the policy review committee. But that's okay. You keep us on about topics. You're sneaky and will not stand for us. And also, we want you to follow us and accept, for you to want us to follow up and accept bylaws that are done improperly, such as you're doing tonight and as you're doing now, in changing the rules, is something that we are not going to tolerate, although you think we are. Now we're going to hit on your favorite word because it is in the bylaws. Change the word decorum, in which Ms. Rye wants to add to the bylaws to allow her control of what we say using the word decorum, and she has it enlisted there. And in reality, the definition for it is opposition. She and Ms. Melnick so disapprove of our decorum that they created instruction sheets at the retreat on evaluating our decorum right down to how we are supposed to videotape. So let's look at the school board decorum under the direction of Ms. Melnick and Ms. Rye, whilst they are lecturing us. The public really needs to know, to be aware that the board bickers so much that they actually hired a facilitator, wasting $1,500 at the retreat to teach them to get along. She taught them to deep listen, but clearly, Ms. Rye, you have not learned that you are going to have more help from us if you listen to us and act as though you actually respect what we say, which you clearly don't. Some of their lack of decorum was listed by Ms. Weems, who at the retreat stated that when the public speaks, they up there on this dais have a standard decorum that is to snicker at us and to roll their eyes, that they attack each other and troll each other on Facebook. So to the public listening or paying attention, if you think that this is about us having a lack of decorum, it's about their fear they're losing control. In the past, they have shut off the microphone of men of color who spoke in opposition of CRT, violating the First Amendment. They have misuse of office and possible racial undertones. They've refused admittance to the chamber of a young boy with a medical condition who had the actual paperwork saying he did not have to wear a mask in any school board building. But yet they, for the 4 minutes his mother came in, required him to wear a mask. They claim a fear of threatening social media comments, which they appropriately turned over to the Safe Schools, who thus far has deemed them not a direct threat. But Mrs. Ryan, Mrs. Melnick trotted out and spoke to the media, comparing those written social media words to the horror of the mass shooting here 2 years ago. Yet they don't even inform their own potentially at-risk school board members or even any of the school employees here. It was all about them.
30 seconds.
They force individuals exempt from wearing masks. Oh, all those things are misuse of office for political gain. And Mrs. Rye and Ms. Melnick, that was a dereliction of duty in your care of your fellow school board members and staff. They refuse admittance to the public here to speak at school board meetings, making us stay out in the weather before. And if you needed to use the bathroom, you go to the local fast food restaurant by their direction. Yep, they allowed multiple school board members, and for more than 4 minutes apiece on the dais and on record, to attack,
And that is
misrepresent, and degrade fellow school board members who are outspoken and
Our next speaker is Annie Palumbo.
Thank you.
And you can applaud even though she says no.
Please. Welcome.
I'm not ready yet. Okay, you can start. Long time no see. Last time I saw you, we were at the school board retreat 2 weeks ago. So much has happened since. You know, something's really bothering me tonight. You see, I'm here fighting with hundreds of other parents because we don't want our kids masked for 7 hours a day. And I look around and I see all of you sitting here without masks. Seriously, what's the deal? I was going to come here tonight and talk about why masks work and why masks don't work and why our kids shouldn't wear them. But we already know that answer. But in case you don't, this is from the Virginia Department of Health today. There have been 0 deaths, 23 hospitalizations with unknown origin for people under 20 and a population of 450,000. So why do you want our kids masks? So I'm here tonight to expose everybody watching what most of you are really about: control, power, and abuse. I attended the school board retreat for 2 days as a watchdog with a few other parents. All of you were unmasked and breathing fresh air. I thought, oh wow, this is great. The tide is finally turning. Here's a picture. Everybody, just like they are here, unmasked. Great. Suddenly it dawned on me that there were kids sitting in classrooms all over town, masked up in summer school. In your retreat, the subject of masks was actually brought up by Laura Hughes, but almost all of you didn't even want to discuss it. Yes, parents, these are your elected officials. Not those two, and not her, not Carolyn. One school board member in particular, Dottie Holtz, sitting here with her mask on, has been a big proponent of our masks, our kids in masks. I thought she looked odd and out of place, but thought, well, maybe she has a medical condition. This was her, you could see her there. As we broke for lunch and all of you went off to a cooking class, I decided to run an errand or two and went into my favorite thrift store. Imagine my surprise when I saw Dottie Holtz, who just 10 minutes ago was masked up and scared, shopping away in a dirty thrift store. Unmasked. It made me wonder, are masks political theater? Seriously, I'm mad, and I have a reason to be. Are they? Sure seems that way. Upon leaving the store, I asked Dottie why she was not wearing her mask. She replied, I need a break. Guess what? So do our kids. Our kids need a break. They need to breathe. I ended up taking 2 videos that day. One was of all of you guys sitting at the school board retreat maskless. The other one was of Dottie. Somebody shared my video on TikTok, and the videos went viral with approximately 250,000 views. Now, this is where the story gets really interesting. Over a week ago, someone named Suzanne Frailing, a friend of some school board members, scoured through thousands of comments on the viral TikTok videos only to unearth a limited number of comments, which could be interpreted as threats that were made to the school board, but are currently judged as not being a direct threat. Last week, the Virginia Pilot and Wavy Channel 10 did a story about this. These stories portrayed all of you into victims who were scared for their lives, and all of us moms fighting for our kids into scary monsters that you're afraid of.
Ms. Palumbo, if we could stick to the mask topic, please.
It's about masks. Don't interrupt me. You owe me some time. You're the monsters, and our kids should be afraid of you, but I'm not. I thought it was interesting that the news clips were edited for derogatory effect.
30
and
seconds.
were likely provided to the press by school board. My question to you tonight is this. If the threats were real, why didn't some of the other school members know about them? Is this more political theater? They always say you must be doing something right.
I'm sorry, still off topic.
No, this is about the masks.
Well, I haven't heard masks mentioned for 2 minutes. Sorry.
Okay. You must be doing something right. I've got masks in here, so just hang on. You must be doing something right when
And that is
opposition comes
time.
right. So all of you watching, I want you to let you know that we will not give up. The monsters that your kids worry about in their closets or under their beds at night are really
Our
some
next
of these
speaker
individuals
is
sitting
Dan
here in
Chang.
the room impersonating somebody who cares for them. It's time for change. You're all hypocrites. You're sitting here without masks and you want our kids masked. No, we're fighting. We're fighting for it.
Please, or decorum, please, for our next speaker.
Our next
Madam Clerk.
speaker is Dan Chang.
Parents, students, citizens of Virginia Beach are the taxpayers who pay the salaries and infrastructure of the Virginia Beach City Schools, and this falls under the duties of the chair and vice chair. That's on topic. Your responsibilities for fiscal oversight of the precious tax dollars you have been given to ensure our children are properly taught and in an environment that prepare them for their future endeavors. I reviewed the 21-22 budget of over $1 billion. This board has been, that $1 billion has been provided by the citizens of Virginia Beach. As an FYI, that's a 9.9% increase over the 2021 budget. That's pretty interesting, 10%, taxpayer money. All these parents sitting out here work their behinds off for their families, and you get a 9.9% increase. I'll explain where that money is going to. The budget was not
I'm
provided.
sorry, Mr. Chang, if you're going to get on the budget topic, you're getting off topic from this bylaw, which
My topic is that it is the duty of the chair and vice chair to effectively manage the budget. You have $1 billion in the budget that you are not effectively managing,
this
ma'am.
bylaw does not get into that, sir. That's the duty of the full board, but please just stay
You know,
on
I don't
topic.
understand. I guess my whole issue here is you want to do what you want. You want us to say what you want to hear. I am trying to make a point that Superintendent Spence is leadership organization has $2.1 million in their annual budget. I mean, are you going to let me speak, or are you going to, I mean, Are you going to decide
Well,
what I'm
okay,
allowed to say?
Well, I need to, if you're going to continue to discuss budget, they're going to have to rule you out of order. Because budget is not an agenda topic, sir.
Okay, so this
So-
is, I'll do this then. If you don't want me to talk about budget and all the wasteful things you're not
We want you to
oversighting.
stay on, the,
Bottom line is, you need to do your job. The board needs to do your job. You need to spend this precious taxpayer monies effectively and not wasteful. I'm going to close, talk about equity training.
that's not an agenda topic, sir. Okay.
It's your duty.
I've already indicated that, please, this would put you out of order, and I'm gonna have to ask you to leave the podium if that's your intent.
My intent is to be able to speak and exercise my First Amendment rights, and also to do what is right for the citizens
Well,
of
then,
this city.
Madam Speaker, would you please call the next speaker, because, sir, you're out of order. You will not stay on topic. You have not stayed on topic.
Our next speaker is Amy Solares.
Welcome.
Take the masks off our children. We've been told to follow the science from day one, and from day one, science has proven that masks are ineffective and children have never been in a high-risk group. Dr. Fauci, the main voice on COVID, has even said masks don't work. Oop, wait a minute. That wasn't supposed to be public. That was in his personal emails. There's no hidden agenda there. You didn't force our children to wear masks when the swine flu came out. Not and never during any flu season. Boxes of masks have notices on them that say mask does not protect from COVID. What about the children who suffer from ailments like asthma? I know one case in particular, and you know where there's one, there's more, had not had an asthma attack years. All of a sudden, he's getting asthma attacks now because of wearing of the masks. First you follow the governor, then you want the health department. You make the decisions, not Richmond. Take the masks off our children. As for decorum, which is on the agenda, you spent a lot of time letting the public know what we can and cannot say, do, or how to act. From what I've seen, the public has been very respectful. On the contrary, you cut microphones off, completely ignoring First Amendment rights. You interrupt speakers. You watch the clock instead of listening to what we are saying. I'm new to this, but one meeting I attended so far, Mrs. Chang addressed Dr. Spence 3 times before he turned around, and it was for a moment right back to his computer. That's not respect. On the same note of decorum are your duties as a chair and co-chair, not informing the public nor some of your own board members of what you're discussing. A vaccination policy, for one, where science has proven school-age children are in no way high risk, the vaccine is uncalled for. Do you know one of the co-creators of the mRNA, which is in 2 of the vaccines, has admitted that in animal studies, it shows that this mRNA traveled outside of the injection site, which is completely different than what they thought would happen. And what happened was there was a high concentration in ovaries and bone marrow. In other words, fertility and leukemia. Take that to heart. What this could mean, no one knows, but there is no need for a vaccine where there is a 99.9% survivability rate. I bet you haven't heard this yet because I had to look way beyond one click here or there online. Yep, this is censorship at its best. When the government must engage celebrities and rewards to get people to take this vaccine, something's wrong. You will not use our children as guinea pigs with this vaccine. There have been untold numbers of adverse reactions to the vaccines as well.
I'm sorry,
but
ma'am.
everything is fact
Are
checked
you getting
and
back
deleted.
to the masks?
I am. I want to say, what's the next step? Are you going to force the Star of David on my lapel? And now I'm going to say, Miss Ryan, Miss Melnick, you do not co-parent my children. This has to do with your duties as chair and co-chair. Your leadership of the school board with your allowance of the equity SEL testing and collecting data violates my parental rights. Dr. Spence isn't here, but his job is to enforce the teaching of core subjects and critical thinking. Your duty is to enforce the teaching of core subjects and critical thinking.
30 seconds.
Do you support public schools separating children into groups of oppressors and oppressed? Do you support teaching all white people play a part in systemic racism and are racist?
This is off the bylaw
It is
topic.
about CRT and about your duties as a school board
Please,
in relation
ma'am,
to our children.
You're,
Do you
You're-
support public schools instructing children that it does matter what skin color they have?
ma'am, you're out of order, please.
We want it out of our
And that is time. Our next speaker
Ms. Wright,
is,
Ms. Wright, can I request that I
excuse
would
me.
like to go
our
off
next
agenda?
speaker is.
Can I move to off agenda?
Well, you're not, sir, we are calling the next speaker.
I know, I'm
policy.
asking you if I could move to off agenda so I could give my off agenda remarks.
No, please call the next speaker.
Our
No,
next
you've
speaker
already
is Teresa
spoken, so I'm
Salad.
Sorry, no.
Hi, my name is Teresa Salud, and I was a 1992 Virginia Beach graduate. Duty of the chair and vice chair should be to bring back Code of Virginia 22.1-208.01. Character education states, the components of each program shall be developed in cooperation with the students, their parents, and community at large. The basic character traits taught may include 1, trustworthiness, including honesty, integrity, reliability, and loyalty.
Ma'am, can we
Don't
get back to the?
tell me.
Excuse me,
Stop.
can we back to the bylaw at hand? This is off topic from the bylaw on
I'm
the
getting
agenda.
I'm getting to the topic. So you're constantly and continually cutting the parents out of the cooperation of the community in determining the best character education.
I'm sorry, this
for
is
our
off topic and you're out of
young
order.
individuals, and you are overreaching in your duties. Remember, only you can stop the
Please-
mental abuse from continuing with, which is driving a wedge
ma'am.
between child and parents and
Please-
between students.
Please
Russell
leave the
County School
podium.
Board,
Madam Clerk, please call the next speaker.
you
Our
are
next
out of
speaker
order.
is Shay Coleman. Our next speaker is Shay Coleman.
Hi, school board members. Thank you for your dedication to our children and to sitting on the board. We appreciate your time, efforts, and energy. I have 2 topics I'd like to discuss. Ms. Rye, please don't shut off my mic or try to censor my comments as you have done in the past. Definitely want to see a vote on the mask agenda. A vote, yes, for science, but also in the future, because we have a great fear that you are going to continue to mask our children into the fall. I would like to see you vote on the science. Where is the science proving our kids should be masked for their safety and the safety of others? You've heard the statistics tonight if you haven't seen or read them before. And I would like to ask Dr. Spence, is he here? Maybe he'll listen later. If he asked for the health commissioner to show him the science of this latest recommendation, or if he just accepted it on blind faith. There is low to no transmissibility from children to adults with coronavirus. There's no way to argue that. The science is very black and white on it. I found it interesting that in the agenda under page 10, under action 5B, status of state of emergency, School Board Legal Counsel Kamal Lanetti gives her title, discussed the new ruling by the State Health Commissioner, extended the coronavirus emergency in K-12 education, July 1 through July 25, remains a public health crisis in the K through 12 education in Virginia. So there you have it. It's a public health crisis, but only in K through 12. It's not a public health crisis here or at the grocery store or the playground or at camps. It's only a crisis in public schools. I'm going to move on to my next topic. And this goes under public decorum. It goes under speaking comments. It goes under duties of the chair and vice chair. I wanted to thank you for sending the biased news videos from our previous school board addresses. Interesting how you only sent clips that fit your narrative, that you are being threatened by an angry mob of citizens. Yes, I greatly appreciated having my face shown on the news.
Ma'am.
Yes.
What is the agenda topic you have pivoted to?
This is duties and also your
No,
duties and also decorum. I'm going to tie it in right here. It's right here. Yes, it would be helpful not to be interrupted. I am going to make my point, I assure you, and I'm almost done, actually. I don't have much more. Can I have my time back, please? Thank you. I greatly appreciated having my face shown on the news while my statements were not shown in context. To inform the public on the truth, not one person who has been an in-person speaker has threatened the safety or
30
your
seconds.
personal lives. No. We now know whose side Channel 10 is actually on, and it's not the side of honest journalism.
All right, this is off topic. This
It's
is off
not.
agenda.
It's not.
It's not on the agenda, ma'am.
I promise I'm going to tie it in right here, right? I have like 5 more sentences. Why do you keep interrupting? I assure you this has to do with, isn't it on here about public decorum? It talks about our speaking, all the rules for all of the
And that
public
is
to
time?
speak. Ms. Wright. Right.
Please
My
call
Our
the
gosh,
next
next
for the love
speaker
of
is
the Lord.
Thomas Conant.
Please call the next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Thomas
Anyway.
Conant.
We know that they're not on the side of honest journalism. No, I reminded you.
Ma'am, you're out of order now. We're calling the next speaker.
We are watching
Please
your
leave the
moves
podium.
on the school board, not in your homes, not outside, at your car, okay? Instead, reminded you that we are watching your votes.
Our next speaker is
watching how
Thomas
you decide to
Conant.
spend your money, our money, watching how you make decisions that actually harm the health and psyche of children. And yes, we have been and will continue to watch how you vote on the
Ma'am,
violate
you've
the
been asked
constitutional
to-
rights
In
of
accordance
your
with School
bosses.
Board Bylaw 1-28 and other applicable bylaws and law, it
And
has been
you
determined that the school board meeting is disrupted by conduct in the meeting room or in an adjacent location that is affecting the meeting. Persons causing the disruption are
interruption
requested
would
to
be
cease
Ms.
and
Rye.
desist the conduct
Would
that
be
is
Ms.
disrupting
Rye.
the meeting.
Just
If the
as a
conduct that
reminder,
is
we are your
disrupting the meeting
bosses,
does
we
not
the
stop
people,
upon this
and our
request,
children.
those persons
Do not
causing the
think-
disruption will be requested to leave the meeting room and school board grounds. Failure to cooperate with the request to leave the meeting room or grounds will constitute grounds to have such persons
Ms.
removed
Melnick,
by the school board's authorized
Just
agents.
allow me to finish my
The school board
comments
requests
you
that all
guys
persons
rudely
in attendance
interrupted.
cooperate with this request so that the meeting can proceed.
I want you to proceed with the meeting, and I would like to just proceed with my comments. You took my time.
In
You interrupted
accordance
me
with
twice.
School Board Bylaw 1-28 and other applicable
Listen,
bylaws and law,
1964
it
case,
has
New
been
York Times
determined
versus Sullivan. Debate on public issues should be uninhibited, robust, and wide open.
Okay, I will-
And that it may well include vehement, caustic, and sometimes unpleasantly sharp
At
attacks
this
on
time-
government officials.
Excuse
That is case law in the
this
United
time,
States
I'm
of America.
asking the school
If
board
you
go
don't
into
like it,
recess.
you don't have to live here.
A respectful reminder to our remaining speakers that we have a formal agenda and to kindly limit your remarks to formal agenda items. With that, Madam Clerk, would you please introduce the next speaker?
Our next speaker is Thomas Conant.
Welcome.
As a veteran of 23 years in the United States Navy, followed by nearly 30 years serving the citizens of Virginia Beach as a pastor, I love this city, but I'm not happy. I'm not happy and I'm profoundly upset. Regarding the resolution about masks, I could cite actual science like the AMA study showing that children inhaled 6 times above safe levels of carbon dioxide after 3 minutes in a mask. But you should know that. It's your job. That's child abuse. I could say there's no significant study showing masks have any effect in reducing the spread of respiratory viruses and may actually increase transmission since children don't wear masks properly. But you should know that. It's your job. I could tell you about negative effects of masking reported by the WHO. Nausea, dizziness, headaches, skin problems, eye issues, increased suicidal ideations. I could tell you that masks prevent mirroring of facial expressions, which promote empathy and trust between students and teachers. I could do that, but it's your job to know that. I'm not happy because my granddaughter, a smart, enthusiastic 9-year-old who loves going to school, was abused by the actions of this school board through 2020 and 2021. I'm upset because she was denied classroom interaction for months because of your decisions. I'm upset because overwhelming data shows that relatively minuscule effects of COVID-19 on children, yet you decided to keep my granddaughter tied to a computer screen for months. I'm upset because this board used questionable methods. Oh, I'm sorry, skip the page. I'm extremely upset because when she finally got to return to classroom, my daughter, a student at Old Donation School, had to wear a mask from 7 a.m. when she got on the school bus until 4:30 p.m. when she got home. That turned her excitement about returning to school into dismay and disappointment. You know, if you wanted a strategy to turn someone against education, that would be it. I'm unhappy because the school board continually fails to do its job, which it is to ensure our schools provide a quality education for our children. It's not your job to yield the authority of the VBEA, nor those in Richmond and Washington who don't care about our children. It's not your job to subject our children to unscientific masking mandates and social separations, nor to indoctrinate them with divisive ideologies that categorize them according to skin color or ethnic origin, something they cannot control or change. The school's job is to teach reading, mathematics, science, and history, so our kids can become productive citizens who promote a growing and peaceful society. The schools are not behavioral therapists nor political policy institutes. The majority of this school board is not doing its job. Masking is a small part of that issue, but it reveals a strategy being forced on our families. Masks tell our children and families, just submit. Just put on the face covering and follow along like sheep. Don't talk back or we'll separate you from the other kids, which they do. I'm upset that this board has used questionable methods to silence or prevent discussion of these matters, while impugning the integrity of members who follow science and want to serve our children. I've paid taxes for over 30 years for a school system that subjected my grandchildren to this board's failure to provide real education in a consistent manner. If you can't do your job, get off the board and let someone take your seat who can do it.
30 seconds.
A common goal among parents for a good public school system is simple. They want a quality academic program, a safe environment for their children, and parenting left to the parents. It's not a difficult recipe. That's what your job is. Do your job and take the masks off our kids and stick to education.
Our next speaker is Colleen Clemenston.
Good evening. I come to you as a concerned parent of the district. This is hard for me to say, but my children are not biological time bombs. Let me repeat that. My children and other children are not biological time bombs, and yet despite the science of the CDC, NIH, and the WHO, our country, state, and community continue to perpetuate the myth that if our children go to school without masks on, that they will infect others with COVID. For over a year now, the medical community has proven through studies and data that children are not super spreaders, that if they were to contract COVID, they recover quickly, and that school is the safest place for them. And yet our leaders continue to force children and adolescents to bear the burden of donning the masks. Unfortunately, this is not surprising. COVID has loudly shown that this country does not value our children. If we did value our children, schools would have been open sooner as they did in the European countries. If they did value our children, they would be doing study after study on the effects of masks and on the effects of the COVID vaccine. But this is not our only example. What is always the first to go when budget cuts need to happen? Education. If you compare the research for childhood illnesses and diseases to that of adults, it is grossly underfunded. It is not the burden of children to protect adults. Yes, we need to teach our children that we are all a part of a community and we need to look out for each other, but we should not be doing that at the expense of our children. It should be the other way around. With the vaccine readily and at times freely available, adults have the option to get the vaccine. In fact, any citizen who wants the vaccine can obtain it. Yet our children do not have this choice. They are being forced to conform to mandates and rules that our leaders establish. As a substitute teacher this year and an SOL remediator, I was not in the school buildings as much as other full-time staff, but I can tell you, the 6 hours a week that I was doing SOL remediation, I came home with headaches, I came home feeling fatigued, I had malaise, I did not feel right. And sometimes for my students, grades 3 through 5th, they also felt the same thing as me because we would have discussions about it. It is time to take the masks off or give parents what we want, a choice. We want a voice in the way we are raising our children, and it's not just our community, it's not our state, and it's not our federal government. It's everyone is trying to take parenting away from parents. As a very wise, intelligent, and informed parent and teacher once said, the policies that hospitals make are not for the society, but for the infirmed within their walls. The policies that nursing homes make are not for the society as a whole, but for their residents in their charge. And the policies of schools are not for the society at large, but they are for one and one thing only. They are for our children. Many of our teachers and our staff have been vaccinated. I was one of them. I didn't want to get the vaccine due to medical reasons. However, I did. And I did it in order to support those teachers who had spoken out to say, you know what, I'm a little bit afraid of going in because I don't know if I'll get it and whatnot. So in solidarity, just as a substitute and SOL remediator, I got the shot. And
30
since
seconds.
then, I have had arm pain at the injection site, and this was back in February. So I am asking you as the school board, Richmond gives us guidance, the CDC gives us guidance. If you don't want to unmask our children completely, please give parents the choice and teachers the choice to mask or not mask. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Sean Claude Coleman.
Welcome.
Hello, thank you. I'm Sean Coleman. I have children who go to Virginia Beach City Public Schools. I'm here to inform you of some facts about masks since you seem to be unaware or you're either just intentionally poisoning our kids, but either way after this you won't be able to claim ignorance or just say you're blindly following the hand that leads you. I'm happy to be invited inside to speak now and no longer having my rights violated, being forced to speak in the hallway like a leper, not being allowed to use the bathroom here, and getting my mic cut off by Chairwoman Rye and Vice Chair Melnick because I have different views than them on CRT, CRP, or whatever they want to label it to try to sneak it into schools. It's poisonous and toxic to our children, not just black kids, not just white kids, all kids. It's divisive. It's supposed to be uniting us as in the United States of America.
Mr.
I'll move on.
Agenda topic, formal agenda.
She's still talking. See, this is okay. The American Medical Association released a position paper on masks, made several points, including, and I quote, face masks should be used only by individuals who have symptoms of respiratory infections such as coughing, sneezing, or in some cases fever. Face masks should not be worn by healthy individuals to protect themselves from acquiring respiratory infection because there's no evidence to suggest the fact that face masks worn by healthy individuals are effective in preventing people from becoming ill. Study from the British Medical Journal shows that penetration of cloth masks by virus particles was almost 97%. And the medical masks, almost 44%. The results caution against the use of cloth masks. This is an important finding to inform occupational health and safety. Moisture retention, reuse of cloth masks, and poor filtration may result in increased risk of infection. CDC even echoes that concern. Available evidence shows that cloth masks may even increase the risk of infection due to moisture, liquid diffusion, and retention of the virus. Penetration of particles through cloth is reported to be high. Altogether, common fabric cloth masks are not considered protective against respiratory viruses, and their use should not be encouraged. Wearing face masks has been demonstrated to have substantial adverse physiological and psychological effects. Since you wasted some of my time, I'll skip some of them. Fatigue, headaches, immunosuppression, decline in cognitive performance, chronic stress, anxiety, and depression. Long-term consequences of wearing face masks can cause health deterioration, developing, and progression of chronic diseases and premature death. Governments, policymakers, and health organizations, that's you guys, should utilize scientific evidence-based approach with respect to wearing face masks. So which guidelines are you guys following again? And what science and what studies? Show me why children need to wear masks that don't prevent disease to help them be safe from a disease that they have a 99.99% survival rate of. You should be ashamed that we as parents have to spend our valuable time taking out of our busy schedules to come tell you how you should be doing your jobs that you swore to do, which is to protect our children. You're not doing your due diligence and research for our kids, obviously, and you therefore don't deserve this job. You should be fired. You should be on government assistance working at Burger King, seeing more competency in the drive-thru trying to get a Whopper than I've seen in this school board the past few months. Reduced oxygen in the brain kills brain cells in only 3 minutes. You want to mask children
30
6, 7, and
seconds.
8 hours a day. Headaches, stomach aches, reduce cognitive function, fight or flight response. That's conducive to learning, right, guys? No studies have proven masks are effective in parental viral transmission. Even N95 masks only block pathogens larger than 0.3 microns in diameter. This virus pathogen, 0.125 microns, more than twice as small as the smallest particle N95 mask can stop. Follow the science. Vote yes on the mask resolution. Use your brain and don't destroy our children's, please.
Our next speaker is Lindsay. Our next speaker is Lindsay Bohan.
Good evening. My name is Lindsay Bohan. I'm a former teacher and parent of 4 children. My youngest will be starting kindergarten this fall. I want to thank Ms. Hughes for drafting the resolution to allow for masks and face coverings to be optional for all VBCPS staff, students, and guests. And I hope that the school board members really listen and hear what parents are trying to say tonight. While some parents would like the mask mandate to remain, there is a population of parents and children who are pleading for you to please allow this to be a parent or student choice and not a mandate. This will easily satisfy both parties if it comes to that. In April, we as a family started watching a TV series about life in Jerusalem over 2,000 years ago. Crowded markets, dirt roads, houses made of mud, people sleeping on straw pillows, making all food by hand. It was a complete culture shock, very enlightening, and allowed for some interesting discussion with our 4 children. But while we were watching one episode in particular about a woman walking long distances to get water from a well, and walking the long distance back home with the water in heavy jugs, my 6-year-old said, "They are so lucky." Confused, I asked what he meant, and he responded, "They don't have to wear masks." That is a true story, not an embellishment at all. What a shame. A few weeks before school ended, you decided to loosen up on masks being worn for outdoor recess and PE. As soon as I received the email, I told my children, tomorrow during PE and recess, you can take your masks off. They shuddered. They shook their heads and said no. Again, this is not an embellishment. They were in fear because up until that point, they were threatened with having to sit by the fence if they were even caught lowering their mask while outside. Again, what a shame. What a shame. A celebratory moment indeed was overshadowed by fear because of the bullying and messaging they have experienced all year from trusted adults at school. We are grateful for that change, but we need to do more for our children. Children are not super spreaders, and furthermore, our children are not responsible for anyone else's health and well-being. Adults have access to the vaccine. It's time to let our children resume normal life, see their teachers and classmates' faces, and for our children to stop living in fear of being caught taking a mask break. I am greatly concerned that yesterday's announcement from the American Academy of Pediatrics will pressure you to consider making masks mandatory again. But please let me remind you that one, the AAP is not a lawmaking or law enforcement body, nor is the CDC, nor is the VDH. They can make recommendations, but it is ultimately up to the parents to decide the health decisions for our children. And it's time to let their immune system, their God-given immune system, do its job. A second round of mask mandates is just one more example of the ever-changing goalpost. We were all in for the 2 weeks to slow the spread. In fact, we were all in for the next year to do our part during the pandemic. Even as
30 seconds.
Even as the CDC, WHO, and other health experts flip-flop their positions on masks, our kids have sacrificed much for the last 18 months and are not at high risk. And the science is stronger now more than ever before in support that children are not at high risk for the virus, nor are they transmitters. Thank you for your time tonight. I hope you have prayed and pondered and have done your due diligence as our elected officials to do what's best for all students in Virginia Beach City Public Schools. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lori Sharp.
Welcome.
Thank you. So I'm here to speak about masks, and I do have comments prepared, but this is my first time here, and something is top of mind that I have to just say first, which I do think goes to decorum. It's shocking to me, the level of contempt that you all have for each other. Shocking. And it's obvious, it's clear, you couldn't even agree on something of no consequence in the beginning of this meeting. It's appalling. And it's really concerning that you have the best interests of our children at heart when you're clearly just worried about taking sides and voting against each other. How can we be confident that you are making choices?
Please, let's focus on the
This is
masks,
the
and
agenda.
you're welcome to follow up with these other remarks, ma'am. Okay.
Do I get more time added? Because that was decorum. So I need you to deep listen, please. It's been established and accepted that children are the safest among us and the least likely to get it, die from it, or spread COVID. I don't think that's in question by any of us. The teachers and parents have all been vaccinated, or mostly if they choose to. We've had a full year to see that schools are not where COVID is spreading. Masks are optional almost everywhere that our children play, where they live, where their parents work. It's optional, and yet we're still requiring them to be masked in our school buildings. Now that the statewide mask mandate has been lifted, I'm questioning why we're even here tonight. Why are we still masking the lowest possible risk of COVID population when it's optional for everyone else? I don't understand why it hasn't already been lifted. So we know that our kids are safe from the virus. They're safer than if they get the flu or even getting into a car. What we don't know, or maybe we do because some people have shared some compelling evidence, is the damage that in the effects that this can cause to their cognitive, physical, and social well-being. There are studies that may or may not prove that there are negative effects of masking our children in schools and for long periods of time. But I would ask you, who knows their children better than the parents? The parents that are willing to be here tonight to wait out in the heat and rally, to stand in line in this hot hallway and wait while you take a recess because you didn't like what people said. The parents who are rallying the support, sharing on social media. And guess what? For every one of us that had the guts to come here tonight, I probably have 20 friends that feel the same way. And maybe those folks are emailing you. we're also the ones who will come out to vote. We're the ones who will advocate and vote for school choice. We're the ones who see firsthand that our kids who used to love school are crying every morning because they don't want to go to school and wear a mask all day. We're the ones who have to make the tough decisions to put our kids in a virtual learning environment and then watch them sink into depression while they aren't around all their peers.
30 seconds.
We're the ones who've seen our child struggle to learn how to read, the ones who hear the complaints of headaches, the ones who've seen the kids suffer the self-esteem issues from acne or rashes. We're the ones who have taken our kids out of the public schools that we should be able to rely on, the schools in our neighborhoods where their friends live and play, the friends they've been in school with, the schools that our tax dollars go to, because we haven't been able to choose what we feel is best for our child. These might be anecdotal, but I bet you're hearing these examples from hundreds of parents.
And that is time.
I urge you to please make masks optional next year.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Hicksonbaugh.
Hi, how are you?
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Jennifer Hicksonbaugh. I had the privilege of attending Virginia Beach Public Schools. I have an undergraduate degree in Family and Child Development from Virginia Tech, a master's in education with a concentration in classroom management and character development. I have 28 years, almost 29, in the early childhood field. But most importantly, I am a mother of 3 children who attend Virginia Beach schools, one who graduated last June. I'm very thankful for that. I know that you have heard many facts about the wearing and implications of masks. I'd like to take a different approach. I'd like to breathe. I'd like to share some wonderful quotes about the importance of a smile that's often hidden behind a mask. A simple mask, that's the start of opening the heart and being compassionate to others. Dalai Lama. A mask stifles it. A smile cures the wounding of a frown. William Shakespeare. A mask suffocates it. It only takes a split second to smile and forget. Yet to someone that needed it, it can last a lifetime. Steve Marabelli. A mask restrains it. It was only a sunny smile, and little it cost in the giving, but the little morning light it scattered the night and made the day worth living. F. Scott Fitzgerald. A mask inhibits it. We shall never know all the good that a simple smile can do. Mother Teresa. I'd like to remind you that I have 28 years of experience in the early childhood field. I have spent numerous hours with infants, and actually, truth be told, all ages of children, staring into their precious faces, seeing no response when I've been wearing a mask. None. 2-month-olds, 4-month-olds, 6-month-olds, 6-year-olds, 16-year-olds. When you have a mask, there's no response. When you pull it down, pure joy. Now envision elementary students and teenagers walking the halls of our schools, unable to see the response of a smile from their peers. Yet we still expect them to develop social skills when they are unable to see one another's faces. Such hypocrisy within our education system is what is hindering our society. I implore you to think about the long-lasting physical, social, and emotional effects that are being forced on our children throughout more than 1,267 hours, and that's me being gracious, not before and after school and on the school bus, that they are in school each year. The wearing of masks should be an individual choice based on physical, social, and emotional needs to which the students and parents decide, not the system. Finally, still breathing, I will leave you with one last quote that I hope will resonate with your conscience. There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul, Nelson Mandela famously wrote, than the way in which it treats its children. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Our next speaker is Sharan Salud.
This song expresses my emotion to this issue, and it wasn't wrote by me, and it has been wrote by someone, I'm not sure who, but it tells you everything I'm feeling. Okay.
Hey, ma'am, I heard vaccine.
Excuse me, it tells more. Don't interrupt.
A reminder to stay on the formal agenda topic,
Then I'm
please.
not leaving this podium.
Making their play for control before they destroy what's remaining. It's time we let them know.
Hands off my children. Hands off. Hands off my children.
Okay, ma'am, please, let's get back to the agenda topic. Ma'am, you're out of order. Please leave the podium. Clerk, please call the next speaker.
Our next speaker is Adian Furish. Our next speaker is Aiden Furish.
This time you've crossed the line.
In accordance with School Board Bylaw 1-28 and other applicable bylaws and law, it has been determined that the school board meeting is disrupted by conduct in the meeting room or in an adjacent location that is affecting the meeting. Persons causing the disruption are requested to cease and desist the conduct that is disrupting the meeting. If the conduct that is disrupting the meeting does not stop upon this request, those persons causing the disruption will be requested to leave the meeting room and school board grounds. Failure to cooperate with the request to leave the meeting room or grounds will constitute grounds to have such persons removed by the school board's authorized agents. The school board requests that all persons in attendance cooperate with this request so that the meeting can proceed.
Unfortunately, because this is not on the formal agenda, I have to ask again for the school board to go into recess.
You are a piece of work.
Resuming this formal meeting, we're all adults here, and we believe we can give this one more chance to have for all of us to be role models and to follow the decorum and the formal agenda topics. And we are thankful to the last few speakers who did some of the last ones did follow the agenda. It is not complicated, and up until this point, for years now, all the years I've served on board, speakers have generally honored it. I think we can all pull together to get through this portion of the meeting, because this school board has important other business to conduct, and yet we want to hear you. So this is a personal plea from me as the school board chair to kindly honor the bylaw that we are now in process with the formal agenda speakers. So with that,
Madam
Clerk.
Chair, I would like to make a motion that we combine all of our speakers, agenda and not agenda speakers, and just let people speak.
No,
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Are we going to vote?
Well, it is, I understand there's a second, but again, I'm willing to give this a third try
Ms. Lynette.
and to, because
Madam, Mrs. Manning, can you clarify your motion? Are you asking to just allow everyone on the formal agenda item speakers to continue, or are you trying to bring up the folks that are scheduled
I
at the
think
end
we
of the
need to
meeting?
just allow the people who are here to speak, whether it's agenda or non-agenda.
Yeah.
Again, Mrs.
I
Manning, I am going to ask again. Have individuals that have signed up on the informal and non-agenda.
The non-agenda speakers can come at the appropriate point, but the people who are here speaking on agenda items, I would like to make it, allow them to speak whether it's on the agenda or not.
All right, so I'm clarifying for the motion is that those individuals signed up right now for the formal agenda items would be allowed to speak on whatever topic they wanted.
Yes, ma'am.
And that is the motion on the floor. Is that
Yes.
the second
Point of order.
Mrs. Hughes?
Point of order.
Yes.
Is it appropriate to make a motion during public speaking time? Isn't that out of order?
You just recessed, that's out of order.
Okay, okay.
You've recessed
Please.
twice, and the chair just
Okay.
said she was willing to let
Excuse
them
me.
try again. That's inappropriate.
Yes,
Excuse
Mrs.
me.
It is a point of order how you're going to conduct your meeting, so I want to clarify exactly what it is Mrs. Manning is asking you to vote on so that everybody's clear as to what it is you're asking. My ongoing concern would be that there are individuals that are scheduled later in the meeting. We would not be able to bring them up because we haven't had enough time.
No, they don't need to come up right now, and they can speak on whatever they want as well at that time. But for right now, let's just get on with this meeting and let the public speak to their elected officials.
And does that take 2/3 to suspend our meeting? Our,
I'm sorry, I
does
can't
that
hear you.
take 2/3 to pass? Doesn't that take 2/3 to pass? because
It would
it's
be a
suspend-
bylaw change, so I
Yes,
think you
that
need a
takes
2/3
2/3.
motion
Correct.
from the members in the meeting tonight.
All right. So the motion on the floor is to allow speakers to speak on any topic. All in favor, show a raised hand, please. Excuse-
We have 3 ayes.
All opposed, please show a raised hand. Please. Okay. Okay.
Do I have a gavel?
Miss Owens, how do you vote? Miss Owens, how do you vote on the motion on the floor?
She must be online at the moment, okay.
So we have 7 ayes, we have 3 nays, and 1 non-vote with Miss Owens.
All right, so again, we're introducing our next speaker, and I will convey again my faith in all of you that we will honor
of order.
this, staying
Point of
on
order.
topic, and we will get through, and we are here to listen to you, so.
Point of order, just for
please welcome.
clarification, please. Please announce the vote again. I think you said it backwards.
We have 7 nays for the vote against the motion on the floor. We have 3 ayes for the motion on the floor with Ms. Hughes, Ms. Manning, and Ms. Weems, and a non-vote with Ms. Owens.
And welcome to you. Let's proceed, please.
Most masks are made of polyester microplastic. Many of the face masks would contain polyester with chlorine compounds. If I have the mask in front of my face, then of course I inhale microplastic directly, and these substances are more toxic than if you swallow them, as they get directly into the nervous system. Per the American Institute for Economic Research, The Dangers of Masks by Paul Alexanders, published April 9th, 2021. Also from the same article, graphene is a strong, very thin material that is used for fabrication, but it can be harmful for the lungs when inhaled and can cause long-term health problems. We argue that there is a risk of potential future. Inflammatory fibrotic lung diseases is because we are inhaling these materials in the masks now for 1 year with more duration to come, and no end in sight. These substances might also be highly carcinogenic. Breathing in plastic fibers will be similar to asbestos, which cause various types of lung cancers. Time will only tell. So how are school board members and higher elected officials trying to protect the children's long-term health by continuing to have the mask for 6 hours a day? It has been started that this novel coronavirus is not fatal. It has a 99.9 survivability rate if you are a perfectly healthy individual. Those who are immune compromised are free to wear the effective mask. According to CDC, the mask is only 2% effective in protecting the individual from getting COVID, and that is why Dr. Anthony Fauci said to double up. then you will have 4% protection. Wearing 50 masks will get you to 100% protection, but your children will end up dead from hypox, respiratory failure, and die. We were all born without a mask. Therefore, one can use logical reasoning to say God intended us to freely inhale oxygen and exhale carbon dioxide. Trees are humanity's superhero because they are a large tree. Because one large tree utilizes the carbon dioxide in the photosynthesis process to produce food and release oxygen for up to 4 people. This very symbiotic relationship illustrates the green policy our federal, state, and local governments want. Are you opposed to the policy, the green policy? Unmask the kids. Don't mandate COVID vaccines either. My body, my choice.
Our next speaker is Lori Gurley.
That's a courageous young man. That's a hard act to follow. My name is Lori Gurley, and I have a rising senior who really had no option but to attend in-person learning next year. Virtual Virginia only offered 2 of his remaining 6 classes required for graduation. He is an asthmatic and gets lightheaded and weak after a short period of time in a mask. And I know this because it happened when I had to send him to school to take the required writing SOL for graduation. So I've kept him home for virtual learning the whole pandemic with the exception of the required writing SOL. It's possible with some planning and effort to separate or distance those who don't want to or can't wear masks from those who want to wear masks by having separate classrooms and teachers so the ones wearing masks feel comfortable going to school if others choose not to. And yes, notice how I consider others' rights and how my decision not to wear a mask doesn't infringe on their rights to wear one. It's not the government's or the school board's job to protect my health. It's the government's job to protect my rights. Life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness is a protected right and is supposed to be a guaranteed right. When you trade liberty for safety, you end up losing both. The school board's decision to keep our children in masks infringes on those protected rights, which is why you're encountering such resistance. You're taking the freedom of choice away from parents and students. Government is a required course for seniors to graduate, and yet we don't practice what we teach them. I'm in the best position to know and choose what's best for my child. You don't know, care about, or love my child like I do. Just because you hold a position of authority to make these types of decisions, you aren't the expert on the subject matter of my child, so you shouldn't be able to take my right of choice away from me as a parent or my student. I have a right to own a gun, decide what religion to associate with, and can vote for any candidate for president I choose, but yet I don't have the right to choose whether to send my child to school with a mask or not. I hope you can hear how ridiculous that is, and that it's an obvious infringement of individuals' rights to choose. Don't say it infringes on others' rights because they are the only ones getting to choose. They get to choose to wear a mask, and no one is persecuting them for their choice to wear it. Those choosing to wear a mask have the option to get the vaccination, so they should feel confident of their personal safety regardless if others choose to wear a mask or not. We've been told to get vaccine and then it'll be safe not to wear a mask. And then now it's still not good enough to be able to stop wearing a mask. And yet the vaccine was the miracle to relinquish the need to wear one. It sends the message that the vaccine is not the important or effective. So what's the truth? Please don't think I don't take COVID seriously or know some very susceptible to the effects of the virus. My father has lung disease and I know people who have had complications from it. I was in the Virginia Beach Fire Department for 25 years and worked in the 80s when the AIDS epidemic started, which was a confirmed death sentence at the time. And the level of precautions taken for interaction with sick AIDS patients for the first responders weren't as stringent as we're requiring for COVID. Thankfully, emergency workers never accept that something can't be done. A way around a problem can always be found if you prioritize it and actively work on a solution with diligence and determination. You can't understand people talking in a mask, and some subjects are difficult without adding a language barrier. If we're worried enough to feel the need to continue to wear a mask, it's an indication we shouldn't be attending school at all in person. At what point do we let fear determine
30
decisions?
seconds.
Fear leads to frenzied minds and faulty thinking and decision-making. Fear does not allow for a learning environment. No one will blame you to relax the mask requirements in schools. You have gone beyond the scope of due diligence to provide a safe environment. This is painfully obvious. Go back to your own core values posted on your Virginia Beach City Public School website, which begins with putting students first and valuing differences. Give the freedom to choose back to parents and students and focus on providing students a quality education.
And that is time. Carol Kinsey asked to be moved to non-agenda, so our next speaker is Kelly Laurendow.
Welcome.
Thank you. I have an 8-year-old rising third grader at Three Oaks Elementary. It is extremely out of my comfort zone to be standing here speaking to you right now. I'd much rather be a wallflower, a fly on the wall, but when it comes to my child's well-being, I cannot stay silent anymore. It is time we parents come out of our comfort zones and quit expecting a few people to do what we all need to rise up and do and fight this nonsense. This is ridiculous. It's time to get the mask off of our children, because if not now, when? When COVID is gone? Because that's never going to happen. It's here to stay. So are we going to learn to live with it, or are we going to continue suffocating our children until the end of time? When does it end? Children gain so much from face-to-face interaction, especially the young ones, and this has been ripped from them over the last year. We can go in every other establishment except medical facilities without masks, and our children are not dropping like flies because of it. Quite the contrary. They are finally able to live again. Tons of summer camps and Sunday school classrooms are now filled with unmasked children, and not one single outbreak amongst kids has happened because of it. According to the CDC's website, the total COVID deaths in the U.S. for kids between 0 to 17 years old is 335. 335. I am not discounting a single one of those lies, but the evidence does not in any way, shape, or form support the need to continue masking our children. If we base the way we live our lives on numbers like this, then none of us would ever put our kids in a car again, because motor vehicle accidents kill way more kids each year than COVID. In an article published in the Wall Street Journal yesterday, it stated the following: a tremendous number of government and private policies affecting kids are based on that number, 335. That is how many children under 18 have died with a COVID diagnosis code in their record, according to the CDC. Yet the CDC, which has 21,000 employees, has not researched each death to find out whether COVID caused it or if it involved a pre-existing condition. How in the world have they not researched that? And we rely so heavily on them. It goes on to say the CDC's poor performance isn't limited to kids or vaccine safety. Early in the pandemic, the CDC left us all flying blind by not reporting the medical conditions of those who died of COVID. It took until March of this year for the CDC to report that 78% of COVID hospitalizations were among overweight or obese patients. That would have been nice to know prior to March. And then it says, given the tremendous resources of the CDC and FDA, which together employ 39,000, these agencies ought to be able to report the statistics needed to make informed policy decisions. If the data are incomplete or flawed, so too will be the decisions derived from them. So I'm just wondering, how long are we going to continue making decisions based on the CDC's recommendations? They do not accurately track the information we need to make sense of our decisions. I am asking you to please support this resolution to allow our kids to go mask-free, and to do this regardless of vaccination status, because in my case, my son is not even eligible for the vaccine, and honestly, I'm still undecided as to whether or not he'll get it. I got it. I'm undecided for him. As a reminder, you are here to work on behalf of us, not against us, and we parents should have the right to choose whether or not our kids are suffocated by these masks all day. Numerous schools across this country have already lifted their mandates. It's time for you to do the same. Enough is enough. A couple of years ago, my husband and I toured a local private school because we were undecided about attending public school. I was very concerned. But after our research, I knew that there was not a private school that compared to the academic level of the Virginia Beach school system. It has a phenomenal reputation, and I am glad we're part of it. But now I'm starting to seriously second-guess this decision based on numerous factors that have come to light recently. I am fortunate to have the means to switch to private school and avoid this confrontation, but so many parents do not, so I'm here to be a voice for everyone, and I do believe our voices are the majority in this city. In closing, let me say one thing. Can we please stick to what our schools were designed for, to teach math, science, English, etc.? It is not the school's job to insert additional information that contradicts what I teach at home. I am raising my son to believe he can do anything he wants in life, to be the best person he can be and meet the needs of those less fortunate if he is able. If I hear him breathe that he has been told he should feel guilty about who he is because of the color of his skin, this is not the last time you will hear from me. I will join you and we'll be relentless.
Our next speaker is Meryl Rutledge. Our next speaker is Meryl Rutledge.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me here. The first thing I'm going to say is either we are lions or we are sheep. Our kids mean more to us than anything. I want y'all to go back in the day when y'all was kids, when y'all walked across the graduation stage or graduated from college. And when you look back at your parents, what was the happiest thing that they had a chance to see? Your face smiling at accomplishment. See, our kids right now are accomplishing something that we never thought that they'll have to go through. Their life being changed for a full year over fear, not over fight. Now it's our turn to back up and give our kids the smiles that they deserve, to see other kids' faces, to see those moments where they see somebody in pain and they help them up, and somebody smiles because somebody cared. The same thing for our teachers when they see those kids get off the school bus. They smile, they happy, because they seen those kids again when they don't know when they're going to see those kids' faces again. See, tomorrow's not promised, not for any one of us. What we can do today is give them back the normal that we have. Because if we don't, we are taking much more away from them than ever. We are giving up their future so we could be safe. That's a coward's way. That's a coward's way.
Please.
I speak every inch from the heart to the soul. And I know every single child wants to go back and say, I'm tired of looking at mommy, daddy, and grandmother and grandfather and all that care about them, saying, when will this be over? What the Virginia Beach City Schools can do is say here today, this is over. This is the last day I can't see my kids smile coming off of that bus stop. The last day we live in fear based off of politics, not in the best interest of our country. Our country, whether black, white, Hispanic, or blue, we are all equal and created and endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights. And when we take away the right to speak the truth here today, we only accept the lies that come from politicians that don't walk in our shoes. So to the school board, to each and every one of you, I need for you to go back and turn back that clock and remember exactly what you had given to you. It put you in that position right then and there. Our kids look for leadership. They look to their parents for guidance. And never should a government dictate a separation between great teachers, great students, and great parents, in which it infringes on our rights to exist the way that we want to be. We are not socialists or communists. We are Americans. So no mask can take away me being
30
American.
seconds.
No mask can take away from me wanting to fight for our kids. No mask can take away from anybody in this building doing what's in the best interest of this country, and that's making sure our kids have a future that we all can believe in. So God bless you, and God bless America, and God bless our kids, that we today say enough is enough.
Our next speaker is Shane Smith.
Well, welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Citing facts, statistics, and numbers ultimately don't matter to me today. These have all been pointed out. I'm not going to call names, insult you personally, and sling mud. I'll leave that to others. I don't know you personally, and even if I did, Christ teaches me better. In addition, if my wife were to see that, she would have my tail. I'm here for a bigger purpose. I'm here to teach my daughter, to set an example for her in teaching her how to respectfully disagree and share your thoughts with others to try to affect positive change that you feel is beneficial. That's my responsibility as a father. Teach respect, decorum, but also teach her to stand up for herself and what she believes is right. Mostly to keep her safe. With that being said, the facts have changed as we have learned more about this virus. The numbers tell people different things depending on who is interpreting those numbers. And statistics are also the same. I'll approach this from a personal feel, obviously. Being a medical provider and having worked in the medical field for over 13 years, things we did 13 years ago have changed, especially in emergency medicine. I say that to say that medicine, as a subsect of science, are always changing. It's the entire purpose of the scientific method that we learned in these buildings and these schools so many years ago. And I don't think it's fair that we consider using our children throughout this scientific process. I want my children to remember me in certain ways. And my question to you and to other parents, how do you want to be remembered? What do you want your legacy to be when your children look back at these moments and how you raised them and the decisions that we made on their behalf? If you mandate our children to wear masks, we very well may be causing undue harm for our children. The fact is, we just don't know. I'll be frank, I'll be respectful and polite. And it's not easy to say this. My children will not be wearing masks next year, regardless of what decision is made in this building. Why? It's not out of disrespect. I respect each and every one of you, and I appreciate what you all do. But because I'm in charge for my child's health, welfare, and upbringing, I have a few ideas what the solutions may be for parents like us. It might be suggested. Homeschooling, private option, virtual. While we are blessed, and some people are blessed to be in a fortunate situation to consider these options, many people are not. I speak today for parents who don't have help at home in order to homeschool. I speak for parents who can't afford reliable internet and can't do virtual school. And I speak most for parents who can't even come close to affording private school. I have 4 children and baby number 5 on the way. I will never be able to afford private school for my kids. The bottom line is this. These are our children. We're in charge of their safety, no one else. As a father of 4 and the 5th that's on the way, it's my responsibility to make the best decision for my children. What's the point in mandating masks for our children? If parents want their children to mask, that's their right, and they should have the freedom and liberty to choose that for their children. But if I don't want my child to mask, I should have that freedom and liberty as well. And I ask respectfully, stick to education. That's your wheelhouse. It's your baby. It's what you guys are good at. I'm new to the 757. I trust you so far. And respectfully, let me and my wife decide what's best for our children medically, because being a faithful husband, a kick-butt dad, that's really my wheelhouse. Just ask this amazing girl that I'm blessed to call my daughter. And when she
30
answers
seconds.
you won't have to listen hard, because she isn't and won't be wearing a mask. Thank you for your time. Even though people disagree, I respect for you for what you do, and y'all have a blessed night. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Mike Richardson.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm here to speak about masking the children. We complied for a year, and we are happy that we were able to attend the school more than other districts had. My 5-year-old attended her first year, only able to take her mask off to eat, and so sometimes, depending on the month, play outside, never touching or hugging her friends. We've had enough. The teachers have all been offered the vaccine multiple times, and those who do not want to get it understand the risks. Students have been offered virtual school if they or their parents are fearful, or if someone in their home is immune compromised. As we know, dangerous pathogens have been found on masks only after 1 day of school. My wife is a teacher, and she sees the misuse of masks by young children. These masks are made of cloth or surgical masks that are made for a sterile environment, like an operating room. The science shows that only a properly fitted N95 mask can block viruses. Children still tolerate this virus and the variants very well. Just compare the stats to those of the pediatric flu. According to some experts, COVID is not going anywhere. Instead, it will most likely become an endemic and seasonal, much like the flu. So how long is this going to continue? It's time to make the mask optional. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gabrielle Gerloff.
Welcome.
Hello. Okay. Masks. Lockdown has what? Okay. Speaking to the speaker. Lockdown has been lifted in most areas except schools. Typically, adults and elders are more prone to the virus than children. Scientifically, masks may come from some short-term effects such as headaches, rash, acne, skin breakdown, and impaired cognition in the majority of those surveyed. Shortness of breath and inhaling carbon dioxide. It's clear that breathing exhaled carbon dioxide due to mask wear is the cause of our surging or dropping like flies. Stated American Chemical Society President Wilbur Wrong. Young adults, children will be affected by this as time continues. Not only that, but it's proven by the state that children are at a much low risk of contracting the virus. As a young teen myself, school is so much harder with masks. I can barely breathe during the day, including gym, other physical activities. What would you do if your children suffered the consequences? This is not okay.
Our next speaker is Diana Howard.
Welcome.
Hi, how you all doing? I'm Diana Howard. I'm the chair of the Virginia Beach Tea Party, and we're in favor of the resolution to unmask our children and let it be their choice. 15 days has turned into a nightmare. 15 days to slow the curve had turned into a nightmare for our children and for our parents to have our kids masked when they came back to school. At first they had to be in virtual because the BBEA wouldn't have the teachers come back to school unless they were prioritized to have the vaccine. So they were prioritized. If they're scared, they should be vaccinated. They have that choice. So kids do not need to be, masked to protect them. So if the vaccine works, get it. Okay? Masking children is tragic, unscientific, and damaging. Children do not readily acquire COVID-19. They're very low risk. They don't spread it to others or endanger parents or teachers at home. This is settled science. It is rare cases where a child contracts COVID virus. It is very unusual for the child to get seriously ill or die. Masking does positive harm to children, as it can to some adults. But the cost-benefit analysis is entirely different for adults and children, particularly younger children. Whatever arguments there may be for consenting adults, children should not be required to wear masks to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Of course, zero risk is not attainable with or without masks. Vaccines, therapeutics, distancing, or anything else medicine may develop or government agencies may impose. We need to unmask our children. I know I sent you an article on, if I can open it up, there was a study done in Florida where they found 11 pathogens on masks that children were wearing, right? And it said, the laboratory of University of Florida that recently analyzed a small sample of face masks detected the presence of 11 dangerous pathogens that included bacteria that cause diphtheria, pneumonia, meningitis, among other things. Acne, anyway, strep throat, ulcers. Kids should not be wearing masks. And dry mouth, bacteria, you're holding it in your mouth, you're getting cavities. More cavities our children are getting. So this is just ridiculous. And parents standing up here and telling you this is their right. You're here to listen to them. They're not here to listen to you. And for you to have temper tantrums and walk out of the room while they're talking is shameful. Please stop it.
30 seconds.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Kathleen Brown.
Hello, good evening. It's finally nice to be able to be inside this building so that I can see you all smiling faces. And just because the cameras are on me, I'm going to go ahead and state for the record for people watching on TV, all but one person on the school board is currently not wearing a mask right now in this room. My name is Kathleen Brown. I have one child in Virginia Beach schools, and I have one that I have already pulled out because of these policies. I will not keep my other kid in this school. And as parents, you have sent me numerous emails asking me to tell you all how to plan. I suggest that you let me know as a parent how I am supposed to plan. I think that this resolution from Ms. Hughes is a very common sense proposal. I ask that you vote yes on this resolution, just in case we were confused, so that these parents can have the information they need to make decisions for their children. I also present you with the following facts and data, which, by the way, I have emailed you annotated for your review, as reasons I support this measure. First, even though it was already mentioned, there's the study where a group of Florida parents took some initiative and sent 6 children's masks, one for an average of 5.7 hours, to a lab for analysis. The lab reports show overwhelming evidence to support that prolonged and long-term mask wearing may pose long-term health risks to children. This is the part of science that somehow the board is ignoring. On these masks, Streptococcus strains causing pneumonia, as well as strains causing tuberculosis, meningitis, sepsis, E. coli, as we were talking about just a minute ago with Ms. Howard, which causes food poisoning, Staphylococcus pyogenes, and Staphylococcus aureus, as well as others, were found. Some masks even contained antibiotic-resistant diseases as well, which I personally find very alarming that you all are forcing my children to wear. They can wear it they can go anywhere else without a mask except for school. I can take them to Target, no mask. Anywhere I want to take them, they don't have to wear a mask. My 13-year-old has been complaining of severe migraines every time he goes to school. Every time. Now that he's been home, I haven't had that kid in a mask since we left school, and I have not had an issue. As Virginia Beach is a self-insured city where the taxpayers are on the hook for any lawsuit and damages, I would suggest that you all take heed to what you may be causing long-term effects to these children, because I do not want to be on the hook for these bills, and I shouldn't have to. Even if this vaccine becomes available for children under 12, parents may not feel comfortable giving it to their children, and that is their right. The vaccine companies have been granted zero liability for injury and death that may result from the shot. According to Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, thousands of people that have received COVID vaccines have experienced worrisome results from the vaccines, including blood clots, strokes, heart attacks, unreversible muscle tremors, death. Recently, myocarditis and pericarditis. It is unethical for you all to continue masking our kids knowing this information. So, since I still have more time left, I will say
30 seconds.
that I do not think that it is fair for you to be taking a break, specifically Dottie Holtz, from masking when my own child cannot take a break from masking in school. In fact, my own child has specifically told me that if he pulls his mask down so much as to get a glass of water, Miss Anderson, I'm talking, don't you roll your eyes and stare away from me.
Ma'am.
My kid should not be dehydrated at school. My kid should be having water
And that is
breaks.
time.
And that is it. Thank you. Please pass this.
Our next speaker is Pilar Atike.
Next speaker.
Is Pilar Atike.
No, we need to move to the next speaker.
Okay. Our next speaker is Paige Caparici.
Welcome.
Thank you. The students of Virginia Beach Public Schools cannot go into a third year of educational loss due to mask mandates social isolation called distancing in classrooms and lunch, and any other restriction you possibly intend to impose. I spoke to you 1 year ago today, pleading for you to keep schools open and to stop moving goalposts for children. I told you about the loss of learning children had and that my son's elementary school teacher never taught one lesson during that time. 7 of you, the same 7 who seem to continually choose to ignore parents, voted to close schools and have virtual for the start of the 2020-2021 school year, and then voted every time last year to keep schools closed. Time and facts have proven that you 7, Rye, Melnick, Holtz, Anderson, Owens, Riggs, Felton, and along with Dr. Spence and his team, were wrong to close schools. Just like it is wrong to mask children now. Last year, the 4x4 schedule you created for middle and high school students was horrendous, along with having concurrent teaching. AP classes ended in January with exams in May. Science labs couldn't be done because students couldn't touch the same materials. Teachers had no training on 4x4, and there was no retainment and material learned because new material was being thrown at students every day to finish the year by January or June, while 11 local private schools were open 5 days a week for in-person learning all year long. It was another year of educational loss that also came with kids having severe headaches from wearing masks for more than 6 hours a day. Clearly, when you created that plan, student learning and achievement were not on your minds. Concurrent teaching was a mistake, and it asked too much of teachers with terrible pay. In all of this, you have had zero accountability for the wrong choices you made. Here we are entering year 3, and you are still considering masks and gearing up to embark on a 3rd year of educational loss. Our city students are becoming illiterate because children can't learn to read with masks on. They can't see their teachers' mouths to see how they form sounds or correctly hear the sounds when muffled by a mask. The same applies to learning a foreign language. Where are the K-2 students' PALs, which are the reading scores, and why haven't they been released to the public? I have heard this year's results were heartbreaking, and clearly all of the new programs created by the Teaching and Learning Department that you heard about today in workshop should be a huge clue to last year's failures. You all attended your school board retreat mask-free. Dottie, what a joke. You're sitting here with a mask, but you go out shopping mask-free. Our children don't want to wear masks either. Furthermore, children learn social emotional cues from facial expressions. How do you think they learn this with being masked? Virginia teachers were the first to be vaccinated, and everyone who wants to have one has had that opportunity, so stop the insanity. The CDC and AAP have been conflicting and wrong for over a year. CDC Director Walensky sniveled on national television on March 29th about impending doom then. It's the end of July. It didn't happen. Delta variant and all. Stop living in the what could happen and start living in what is right for our kids now. Camps have been running all summer mask-free with
30
kids
seconds.
sitting shoulder to shoulder, 3 meals a day like the overnight one my son attended, and you haven't heard anything about them because the kids' return to normalcy and joy for children isn't news-making material. You cannot ignore that there are schools in our country that operated mask optional and normal all year last year. Our own high school sports teams participated in their sports mask-free with full contact and no transmission. You have known kids were low risk the whole time. Instead of celebrating this, you ignore it and make them suffer horribly. Please don't do it again. We are the
And that
parents,
is time.
not you. We have the best interest of our children at hand, and we want masks to be optional. Our kids deserve normal.
Our next speaker,
They
Paul
should
Rod,
be in
is
school
going
this fall,
online.
full-time,
Our
5
next
days a week,
speaker is Pamela Burnham.
and with no restrictions.
Our next speaker is Pamela Berman.
Welcome.
I am a mother of a middle school child and a nurse with about 20 years' experience, including the care of critically ill patients. Today, I'm speaking on the many reasons to vote yes on Mrs. Hughes' mask resolution. At the onset of the pandemic, I was alarmed by the inconsistencies of our health governing bodies regarding masks, whether they should be worn, when they should be worn, what type, and so on. Lots of confusion. Cancer patients who are immunocompromised know how to protect themselves when they go out in public. If they feel the need to wear a mask, they do. They are well aware of hand washing, sanitizing, and distancing if needed. The public has never been expected to protect them by wearing masks. The size of a COVID viral particle is about 1/10 of a micron. The pore size of a surgical mask is about 200 to 1,000 times that size. Wearing a mask to prevent COVID is like pouring sand through a wire fence. They do not work. Masks are permitted to be used in emergency situations for short durations, but required continued use of them is a violation of our rights under the Constitution. I'd like to read you an email from Dr. Fauci dated February 5th, 2020, addressed to the former Health and Human Services Secretary Sylvia Burwell, just before lockdowns went into effect. He said, quote, "Masks are really for infected people to prevent them from spreading the infection to people who are not infected, rather than protecting uninfected people from acquiring infection," end quote. I would also like to read to you what is clearly printed on a box of surgical masks, such as those commonly worn in public. Quote, "This mask reduces potential contact by the wearer to fluids, but does not eliminate the risk of contracting any virus," close quote. I'm most concerned about the effect masks are having on our children during their rapid growth and development stages, mentally, physically, and emotionally. Masks are typically not recommended for children and have never before been recommended for extended periods of time. Some children have lengthy bus rides or in masks for up to 9 hours a day. My son is. He comes home all red-faced, and it breaks my heart. It took him 6 months to get used to them, and now I can't get him out of them when he's at school. This is extremely dangerous. Wearing a mask causes changes in oxygen levels affecting heart rate, respiratory rate, mental status, responsiveness, and emotional well-being. There have been high levels of fatigue, anxiety, headaches, and sleeplessness reported by the children. There's also been a very high increase in hopelessness. The rates have doubled and quadrupled over the months during the 2020 school year. Mask wearing and limited social interaction is causing severe emotional scarring and has lifelong devastating effects. Suicides here in Virginia Beach last year were more than doubled of that of previous years. When you are sick, you breathe off toxins from illness. This is a very important part of healing. Carbon dioxide is trapped behind these masks and enters the bloodstream in potentially lethal amounts. A landmark study released to the public by a team of microbiologists shows the very real trauma and damage being caused in our children's bodies and brains due to acidosis and oxygen deprivation. When they are exposed to illness, they will become ill more quickly and with more severity. The Journal of American Medical Association, JAMA, found that within 3 minutes, the level of carbon dioxide in the air breathed in by school children wearing masks is 6 times higher than the legal limit, as mentioned earlier. Our children are not at risk of dying from COVID since the pandemic began. There have been 0 deaths for all persons under the age of 20 in Virginia Beach. Our children cannot afford to miss any more school than they already have. New reports from the American Academy of Pediatrics is calling for, quote, "all children to wear masks this fall, even if vaccinated," end quote. This is only in the opinion of these pediatricians. There is no scientific or legal basis for this. Nearly 90% of children's awareness comes from reading facial cues. They rely on facial cues to process information, and masks threaten this critical area of development. We must put our children's needs and interests first. Our children are our future. We refuse to let you cross these
Our
boundaries
next speaker
by
is
stealing
Tara
our right
Chang.
to choose what is best for our children. Thank you. Please vote.
Welcome.
First off, Ms. Kaylin Rye and Ms. Kim Melnick, since you have a history of oppressing people of color who speak out of opposition, as I am, do not violate my First Amendment rights and shut off my microphone. And as you have been told before, I have a speech problem and I may go over 4 minutes. And do not interrupt me. I am glad I am not. I'm going to be speaking on your decorum, deep listening, and duties. I am glad I am not a biracial student in today's public school system because I would be emotionally scarred. As you could tell, my mom is white. So I guess according to Virginia public school systems, she is the oppressor and my dad is the oppressed. Deep listening, Kim Melnick. Deep listening.
Ms. Chang, just please kindly state your agenda topic.
I identify as on topic. And also my mother's siblings married non-white. I have multiracial cousins, but that's no biggie except for the Virginia Beach Public Schools. You talk about social emotional learning, but chair and vice chair, deep listening, please. You have a duty to see the effects that these Marxist policies that you are promoting.
Ms. Chang, I'm so sorry, but you are out of order right now, so please stay on topic with your 12
Then switch me to
topic.
non-agenda. Switch me to non-agenda.
You were offered that opportunity.
Switch me to non-agenda.
You're welcome to follow up
Switch me
with
to
us.
non-agenda now.
Please call the next speaker.
We're
Please,
moving to
you're free to
online
follow up with
speakers.
us via email, ma'am.
Our first online speaker is Janine Baker. Please unmute.
Racist. And it's anti-white. Yeah.
We're moving on to the next speaker. Ms. Baker, please unmute. So we're now on these are now.
We are on
online
online agenda speakers. Ms. Baker, please
Hi.
unmute.
Hi, I was just waiting for it to be silent before I spoke. I am Jeannie Baker. Public comments at school board meetings, bylaw 1-47. Speaking of decorum, which is part of the public comments of bylaw 1-47, our school board has added and rewritten items under the definition of decorum, which looks like suppression of speech. Now, the reason I say this is because of what has happened at last month's meeting and this month's. Rye and Melnick, let the people talk. You realize if you let people speak, we wouldn't be having this clown show we've had tonight. These people are on topic. Let the citizens speak. Did you take the 3-hour training at the school board retreat that was supposed to teach you deep listening? At $500 an hour at taxpayers' expense. You should have, but it looks like it didn't work. Quit suppressing the public. This is pertinent to bylaw 1-47. I will continue with public comments at school board meetings, bylaw 1-47. Last month, a few speakers that were not finished at the 4-minute mark. You told them to finish their comments through email to the school board members. I sure hope that worked out. I have only emailed the school board a few times. I stopped because only 2 school board members respond to my emails, Laura Hughes and Victoria Manning. I realize you get a lot of emails, but when I envision traits of an excellent public servant, not responding to emails is not one of them. Maybe there should be a method the school board members use with regards to emails that could be incorporated into bylaw 1-47. With regards to this bylaw, I request one of our school board members, anyone, to propose having the non-agenda public comments on record. Non-agenda item speakers could be captured for school board historical information. Including the non-agenda public comments would give transparency. Transparency is important as it bolsters trust. Will a school board member propose having non-agenda public comments captured in the school board meeting videos? There is a change in bylaw 1-19, duties of chair, vice chair, which the policy review committee recommends what they call minor changes to reflect the vice chair's role in agenda planning. By the way, bylaw 1-19 is an agenda item, so do not mute me. Thank you. Up until this point, the chairman, superintendent, and another school board member on a rotating basis plan the school board meeting agenda. That sounds great and transparent. The minor change now has the chair, superintendent, and vice chair Melnick always setting the agenda. And if another member wants something on the agenda, they have to go through the chair or vice chair Melnick. Previously, the member would go through the chair or the school board member assigned to that meeting. And even though the policy review board says this is a minor change, it has been added to the bylaw 1-19 twice. Does this so-called minor change sound controlling and non-transparent to anyone else? As a public servant, you do realize you need to go above and beyond to never give the appearance of impropriety. At election time, I am going to have an ethics checkoff list for all candidates to answer. This transparency thing should be pretty basic and an automatic requirement. Also, in the public comments at school board meetings bylaw 1-47, it states that a citizen can only speak one time on either a
And
formal.
that is time, Ms. Baker. Our next speaker is Vicky Kaufman. Please unmute.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am, welcome.
Okay, this is my first time speaking and certainly through Zoom, so I hope I do it okay. I also hope that you all can recognize that we all have different abilities. I'm autistic and hypersensitive, so I hope that you'll be kind during my time. I've spent days, well, weeks, preparing just 120 seconds of thoughtful and prayerful words for you regarding the masks. And I've requested this time, this brief time, to ask you for your support to make the masks optional for families and to stop the mask shaming coming from both sides. You've no doubt had your fill of data and opinions this evening and prior. I hope you've done your due diligence to carefully review and consider the matter from all perspectives. And I really want you to know this. There are so many families praying for you. People you've never had the pleasure to meet are including you in their daily prayer. That's incredible. And when I pray for you, I ask God to give you discernment. Discernment's a new word for me. I'm learning it. It's not making the distinction between right and wrong. Discernment is making the distinction between what is right and what's almost right. If you have God in your heart, I pray you will look to the example of the Catholic Diocese of Richmond. They've recently released their school year plans for 2021-2022. Here's just a small little excerpt. The decision of employees or parents to send unvaccinated or vaccinated students to school with or without a mask is a personal decision and should not be questioned or disputed with them. It is vital that we extend grace to all and treat each other with respect. And I realize not everyone here watching, on the board, in the room, is a God-fearing Christian. But for those of you who are, no doubt you are being tested. You are being judged by the only one that matters most. If I may, in closing, read from Romans 12, if it's permitted. It's along the lines of how you'll vote. Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind, that you may prove what is good and acceptable in the perfect will of God. May God bless you and keep you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melinda Rogers. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, School Board, for allowing me the opportunity to speak this evening. I am the parent to a high school, middle school, and elementary school student, as well as a teacher with the VBCPS. I am here this evening to speak to you on the division's masking policy for the 2021-22 school year. Yesterday, the American Academy of Pediatrics made the recommendation that students be masked for the start of the 2021 school year, regardless of their vaccine status. The chair of the AAP Council on School Health was quoted as saying, "We need to prioritize getting children back into schools alongside their friends and their teachers, and we all play a role in making sure it happens safely. The pandemic has taken a heartbreaking toll on the children, and it's not just their education that has suffered, but their mental, emotional, and physical health. Combining layers of protection that includes vaccinations, masking, and clean hands hygiene will make in-person learning safe and possible for everyone." Being a pre-kindergarten teacher with the division, I teach the youngest of Virginia Beach students' population. Let me give you an idea of what it was like last year in the classroom. All carpets were taken out of my classroom and replaced with desks, and students had to stay at their desks alone. At 4 years old, students could not play together. They could not share or touch each other's items at all. This is not developmentally appropriate for any pre-kindergarten student. Normally, my students are busy learning how to cooperate and share inside my classroom. However, last year was different. It was the most depressing and isolating year that I have ever experienced inside a pre-kindergarten classroom, and I'm going on my 5th year with the division. What's worse for everyone was the uncertainty. Would we be able to stay in our classroom? Would we have to be sent back home to teach remotely? Would we get more than 24-hour notice to switch from virtual instruction to face-to-face instruction and then back again? How would stability be taught when there was total instability in the division? How would students cope with being sent from school to daycare and then back again? And despite all of the health and safety mitigations in place, VBCPS had 723 positive COVID cases in the schools, with 46% of those being in our elementary schools. We must acknowledge that in our own schools, children did get COVID. It's reasonable to believe that they will get COVID this next coming school year. This is why I'm asking here tonight to urge this body to keep the masking rules in place for next year. The staff, students, and community deserve to have stability. I am begging you to be proactive in your approach to the school year instead of reactive. No one loves being masked all day. However, it is a small sacrifice to pay in order to stay in the classrooms consistently where we belong. Every single one of my students wore their masks without complaint at 4 years old. We did it all together, and we can do it again. Even though I am fully vaccinated, I'm willing to wear my mask in order to bring back the carpets into the classrooms. I will wear my mask in order to allow students to play together at centers. I'll wear a mask in order to teach students cooperation and group play. And I will wear a mask in order to keep my own children in their classrooms with their peers so that I can serve my students. I'll wear a mask in order to keep my life, my children's lives, and my students' lives as normal as possible, despite the fact that we're still in a pandemic. It will hurt students much more if we are forced back into virtual learning. No one wants this pandemic to continue. Last year, we heard a lot of testimony from parents and doctors alike to keep kids in school because their mental health is suffering. And that message has not changed. Listen to the guidance from the AAP and be proactive. Enforce the mask rules so that we can enjoy a great school year together. This may not be the most popular choice, but it's the right choice to keep staff and students in schools together throughout the entire year. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Morgan Morrison. Please unmute.
I'm here tonight to respectfully provide an opposing viewpoint from what has primarily been shared. I represent the group of parents who are in full support of continuing to implement the CDC's recommended masking and physical distancing prevention strategies until all students have access to vaccination. I chose to speak tonight after speaking to several others who, like myself, are concerned you might choose to go against the guidance of the CDC, AAP, and WHO. My child was in 2nd grade when the school shut down last year. She, like many others, struggled with the shift to virtual learning. Given my uncertainties on how safe it would be able to return face-to-face, I was fortunate to be able to choose to withdraw her and provide homeschool instruction for this last year while working remotely full-time. It was very difficult to balance everything, but we made it through. However, as others have stated tonight, not all have that choice. Some will say that those who want to mask should just do virtual if they don't feel comfortable. But that can easily be flipped the other way. If parents don't want their children masked, they too can choose virtual and learn unmasked at home. I feel the suggestion that masks be optional is also not a good solution for the younger age groups. We cannot ask teachers to be enforcers of masks based on parent choice. That is not their role to memorize which children need masks on and which do not. We are counting on you all to provide safe, rational guidance that is equal for all children. I kept a close eye on how things went in schools last year, and I was pretty impressed with how well it went. Enough so that I decided I would be comfortable sending my children back to the public schools for the next year and re-enrolled them. I felt confident that VB schools cared enough to keep kids safe during this unprecedented experience. I hope I was correct. Thankfully, most children don't seem to get very sick from COVID. However, the AAP provides data on their website showing that in the last year, nearly 4,000 have been hospitalized and just over 400 have died. For comparison's sake, flu deaths typically range from 37 to 199. There are new variants of COVID emerging that are more effective at infecting people, including children. This is not the same COVID that we started with a year ago, and the data that some are using to try to prove that children aren't affected by COVID is now outdated too. Masks and distancing are needed until our little ones at least have an opportunity to be vaccinated. We've learned it's pretty safe to take masks off outdoors. So to help children stay comfortable and healthy at school, I'm advocating for implementation of regular breaks throughout the day for PE and recess to give the kids a break and take their masks off and avoid wearing one straight for 7 hours, but keep the masks on indoors when kids will be closer together. We as citizens of Virginia Beach are so close to reaching the point when everyone will have access to a vaccination if they want one. This is not forever, but it is also not over yet, no matter how much we wish it was. I get it. We are all tired of this. So freaking tired. But like I tell my children, we can do hard things. We just need to stretch these precautions out a little longer until our children have access to the vaccines as well. Hopefully by winter, they will be available for children and we can loosen up a little bit more. But until we reach this point, I and others like me are counting on you to keep our little ones safe and vote to keep these precautions in place until all have a chance to be vaccinated. Thank you very much for your time.
Our next speaker is Paula Gatewood. Please unmute.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Yes, thank you. Madam Chairman, I would like to be switched to a non-agenda speaker, if you don't mind, please.
We can do that. Okay.
There are two names I would like to for you to write down. The first one's
wait,
Ms.
name
Gatewood,
is
we're-
Andy.
Ms. Gatewood, non-agenda items are at the end of the meeting. Our next speaker is Lindsay Nathaniel. Please unmute.
Jerome Bell is not online.
Welcome.
Good evening, school board members. I will start by saying this. I wish my children didn't have to continue to wear masks, and I wish we could all go back to normal. I miss seeing their smiling faces when we're out, but not enough to go against the experts and risk anyone's health. The science is clear. The kids need to wear masks. I oppose the mask resolution, and I'm asking you to vote no on item 12C. Currently, the data in Virginia Beach shows that less than 50% of residents are fully vaccinated. But when you go out, very few people are wearing masks. People will clearly lie, as unvaccinated people are still supposed to wear masks. There is no way to have proof of the vaccine in schools because that would be impossible to enforce. We cannot put that on our teachers to police who should and shouldn't wear a mask in the school setting. Our teachers are already stretched thin. As parents, we need to know our children will be kept safe and not have things wait until the last minute to decide on important topics, like should we follow the American Academy of Pediatrics guidance to get kids back to school safely, or should we cave to the crazy anti-maskers that cause a scene? I get that you guys feel the pressure because the anti-mask crowd is very vocal and going to crazy extremes like stalking and harassing board members when out in public, but follow the experts and let's keep our masks on a little bit longer and get the kids back to school while staying safe. It's irresponsible to make a resolution to ignore the advice of health professionals, such as the American Academy of Pediatrics, the CDC, the Virginia Department of Health. Tonight, I heard multiple people bring up that masks carry contaminants. Of course they do. Wash and change them frequently, problem solved. For those quoting studies about masks being dangerous because of carbon dioxide, that was pulled for numerous scientific issues when questioned by experts. Stop with the fear mongering. I'd like to take my last moment just to thank Beverly Anderson, Kimberly Melnick, Jessica Owens, Dottie Holtz, and Sharon Felton for their service on the school board, and most of all, Carolyn Rye. Continue to follow the experts and vote no on this resolution. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Brad Nadelson, asked to be moved to non-agenda online speaker. We will move to Susan Saltizak.
Hello again.
I've lost count of the amount of times that I've been to these meetings these past 3 years. My name is Suzanne Saltesiak, and for those listening who don't know, I'm a clinical social worker and have been working with children and adolescents for over 20 years. I somehow accidentally became a school and child advocate these past few years. I've been here to talk about recess, lockdown drills, mental health, safe reopening, and even the current boogeymans of equity and CRT. Today, I join you to speak about the mask resolution, agenda item 12C. But I have to be honest, I am tired, y'all. I do not really enjoy the spotlight as so many others seem to, but I feel obligated to step into it when I have so many people telling me how worried they are, but that they are scared to step forward or to use their name or their email. I've had parents ask me if they will be able to switch back to virtual if masks are made optional. A friend of mine from high school, struggles with a chronic and debilitating illness and said that they would have to choose to homeschool if this passes because they can't risk their life by sending their child to school. A lot of them are really confused why there are mandatory vaccination records for our students, but this vaccine seems to be treated differently. One more just reached out just now saying that they would pull their kids until there are vaccinations available if this passes. They've shared recommendations from the AAP that all students wear masks regardless of vaccination status. Then they've shared the recommendations from the CDC that only unvaccinated students wear masks. Teachers and staff has asked, how do they keep track of that and implement it? They've anticipated that those who want to pass this resolution will reference the recent study in JAMA and not mention or know that it was retracted because there were questions about the validity or numerous scientific issues. Those decisions about masks and vaccines are hard ones. I mean, the CDC and AAP don't quite agree, and JAMA's retracting research. I'm not here to say pick this one or that one. I'm here to say it's hard to keep shifting, and goodness knows I abhor the word pivot after this past year, but we have to maintain our flexibility. A resolution like this one is irresponsible and short-sighted. I also want you to know that I came, even though I am tired and sure that you are tired of hearing from me, but because there are so many nervous or scared that they'll be named in a blog post or targeted. Some will write letters as they feel comfortable, but as one friend said, I hope that you are aware that who you see and hear on Tuesday nights are a small but vocal segment of the population you serve. There are many families who will be affected that can't join the Zoom for many reasons. Even if there are more people commenting against masking tonight, that is not a valid data point. So tonight I may be one voice, but I choose to come for those who do not feel able or comfortable speaking here and have come to fear the tone of meetings or that what has happened at other meetings in our state will happen here. I actually know several who used to watch meetings but can't even stomach watching them. I'll end paraphrasing a friend. This is a public safety vote, not a popular vote. Safety should always come first, and I hope this is where the school board votes fall. Thank you.
Chair, the next two speakers are not online, so that concludes our agenda speakers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That brings us to the consent agenda portion of the meeting. On the agenda, we have for consent Policy Review Committee recommendations. 1, Policy 352, Business and Non-Instructional Operations / Sales on School Property. 2, Policy 3-56 / Business and Non-Instructional Operations / Safety Program. 3, Policy 364, Business and Non-Instructional Operations / Security of Buildings and Grounds. And 4, Policy 4-6, Healthy Work Environment with amended language. Motion to approve. Mrs. Riggs, second. Mrs. Anderson. All in favor,
Is there
please.
discussion, Madam Chair?
This is consent.
It doesn't say that we can't have discussion.
Madam Attorney.
It's not your practice generally to have discussion, but it's not unallowed either, so.
Robert's rules allows it, and absent anything in our bylaws, Robert's rules go into effect.
Fine. So can you restate what you just said, please?
It is not the school board's practice to have discussion on consent items. That's why you put them on consent, but you don't have a bylaw that specifically states one way or the other what you'll do under these circumstances.
Okay. So it is up for a vote. Please show.
A point of order, Miss Rye. Our bylaws state that in the absence of a bylaw to address a situation, Robert's rules takes effect, and so I would like to continue discussion, please.
Please go ahead with your comment.
Okay, I would like to know what we're voting on. I have two policies in front of me that are different. I had asked to have these, the policy printed out. So I would like to know what we're voting on here.
This one right here that's in gold.
I'm
This
asking
one's
the
new.
chair. I'm
Please.
asking the chair, thank
Just
you.
so you know, this is the one that was given
Madam
to us.
Chair?
Madam
Could you read
Attorney,
it?
Madam Attorney, can you state that the policy that is left at our seats is the policy up for a vote?
I had two at my seat, Ms. Rye.
I'm not sure the color on the writing.
I
You
did
should have a
not bring
single
this from
document for policy 4.6. I believe, and I'm not 100% sure that the writing is, yeah, what Mrs. Riggs has in front of her. Ms. Riggs, since you're the PRC chair, if you just want to read that statement, there is a word change within the strikeout. Normally it's red, in this case it's a gold color. Mrs. Rye, if you'll read the change that was in there in the copy you have.
Okay, so, this is 3, the second paragraph. Complaints or discriminations or harassment addressed under other school board policies or regulations will be investigated and addressed under those policies and regulations that will not be considered separate complaints. If the acts that are alleged to cause an abusive work environment are alleged to be caused by a school board member or the superintendent, such complaints and supporting evidence will be referred to the School Board Governance Committee to determine the method to resolve the complaint and inform the school board. The superintendent or designee or the school board are authorized to take reasonable remedial measures to provide a work environment that is free of abusive conduct pending the final resolution of the complaint.
Okay, thank you. So do I understand this correctly, that if there's a complaint against the school board, a school board member or the superintendent, then the governance committee, which consists of 5 school board members, can determine how the complaint is resolved, but the full school board would not have the final say?
I can clarify.
That's how I read it.
It's the method by which you're going to do it. And then it's not the resolution, if you read it. They're going to determine the method to resolve the complaint and then form the school board.
So, a school board committee can determine what method is going to be used, an investigation or a censure or something like that.
You amended bylaw 128 several months ago to address this issue. This is a clarification because this is a new policy that is required to be in place. This is just referring to how you're going to handle it. You've already amended bylaw 128 to address this.
Thank you.
Since this is up for present discussion, can you just give a little of the background of the General Assembly legislation behind this?
The General Assembly in 2000, I believe it was 19, passed a law that applies to schools, that if an employee believes that there is an abusive work environment, they have the right to file a complaint that will then have to be dealt with the school board. At the time it was adopted by the General Assembly. They chose not to adopt a definition for abusive school board or abusive work environment that we had adopted because it was not left out, that the school board had adopted a policy that would determine how we defined an abusive work environment. During the 2020 General Assembly term, the General Assembly did adopt a definition for an abusive work environment for school employees, and we've now amended this policy to adopt that particular definition. the separation we have has to do with bylaw 128, which you did determine that the governance committee would handle complaints relative to the school board, a school board member being the alleged violator or someone who was a subject of complaint, and the superintendent, because the discussion we had at that time was neither the superintendent nor the human resources department felt it was appropriate that they would be investigating either school board members or the superintendent. So the decision was made it would go to governance, and governance would decide how to address an issue, and then would talk to the school board about how best to proceed with it. That was an amendment that was put into bylaw 128 under governance that allowed you to do that. We're just making it clear that because 4.6 falls under employees, we wanted to make clear somebody made a complaint because they have the right as an employee to make a complaint, that those matters would not be handled by the normal processes, which is generally human resources. Instead, it would follow the procedure we follow on 128, which is that it goes to the governance committee to make a recommendation as to how to handle the complaint that came in.
So just to clarify further, a recommendation, it's still up for full school board discussion.
As we've discussed in governance, when the complaint comes in, there's several things you can do. It may not be something you have jurisdiction over, or it may be something that happened in the city of Norfolk. You don't have jurisdiction. You would just tell the complainant, we don't have jurisdiction over it. That it might be something that is handled, required to be handled under another policy. We've talked about Title IX, some of the discrimination policies. It might by law have to follow that process. If it doesn't fall into a category where it's either not a complaint or falls into another resolution method, that's when the governance committee will look at it and try to decide how best to handle the circumstance in consultation with the school board.
Mrs. Hughes.
Well, the problem I have with this is that, first of all, the board members have no authority over other board members, so that shouldn't even be in there. But there are some concerns with the governance committee. I mean, the way that things have been handled have been fairly uneven. And since they don't have the authority to investigate or discipline other board members, I don't think that should be in there.
Please.
Clarification, because the General Assembly created a law that allows employees to seek to file a complaint for what they believe to be an abusive environment, you do have to address that. There are also other laws, and I've mentioned this before, like Title IX. You are required to address the circumstances while you're dealing with the complaint against it. So technically, if a school board member was violating Title IX, even though your opinion is you don't have the ability to do it, you do have an obligation to investigate and provide a work environment that is free of that discrimination. That appears what the General Assembly was attempting to do in this amendment with the abusive work environment. Again, this only applies with school employees. You don't see this, General Assembly has not adopted a similar statute that applies to other types of employees. Because the employees are entitled to file a complaint and to resolve an abusive work complaint, it doesn't matter whether you're a school board member or a superintendent. We have to look at it and determine how do we provide an environment for that individual. One, whether it's the complainant meets the qualifications for abusive work environment, and two, what can we do to provide it? It doesn't matter that it's a school board member. If the school board member is determined to cause that person to have violated the abusive work environment, we would have to resolve it. It doesn't necessarily mean you would punish the school board member, but you might have to do something to protect the employee. And again, as I mentioned, Title IX is a good example of that. It could be a school board member who was sexually harassing somebody. That person is still entitled to be protected, even though you would not be able to discipline the school board member. That person is entitled to protections. That's what the intent of this particular statute is. I don't know that we would discipline the school board member, but we have to look at it and we have to address whether the person has an abusive environment and provide a remedy for that.
Mrs. Manning?
Yes, so my issue isn't, I understand what you're saying, Ms. Linetti, but Madam Chair, my issue is not with, I understand that we would need to address it. My issue is with a 5-person committee determining the method to resolve the complaint. I think that should be something taken up by the full school board. Thank you.
And again, to be clear, this is an initial step with the committee before it would then be, like with most other governance committee recommendations, brought up for the full school board. Correct, Mrs. Linetti?
That, I believe, is what governance is going to be doing, is the procedures, and we've talked about this several times. It's been my recommendation that you develop procedures so that you all know how a complaint will be handled. And then we've been looking at drafts of that, and I know there was one we talked about the last governance committee meeting, and my understanding is that we'll go back onto the agenda for the next governance committee meeting so that everyone will be aware of how you will handle an issue.
And that would align with this, but for the purpose of this policy, we're just looking for clarification that the initial the initial discussion takes place at the committee level, and then those recommendations are presented to the full board. Is that not the intent of this?
The language you chose was that.
Well, not me.
Well, the language of the PRC, and then after the school board, during the information session and the June 22nd meeting, was that it will refer to the school board governance committee to determine the method to resolve the complaint and inform the school board. That was the wording that you were requesting.
Mrs. Riggs.
Okay, as the chair of the PRC, we had discussed it and said that it would be handled by the governance committee. We would discuss how it would be handled and refer it over to the school board in consultation with them. We would not make the decision of how it would be handled, but it would be given to the entire school board to make that decision. That's how we discussed it.
Mrs. Weems.
Unfortunately, that's not what it says. The committee is to determine the method and then inform the school board. So again, I have said this many, many, many times. To have 5 people on one committee is way too many people. It's at least too many people. So basically, you're having half the school board to meet and decide on a method of punishment. A method of resolution, and so those 5, when it comes forward, it needs one more vote. I just think that 5 people is too many for a committee, and it's too much power, and it says that you're going to determine the method and then inform the school board. I like to support the others on here, and I wish that I would have pulled this back so we could just vote on this separately. I would like to do that, but it may be too late because I just don't like the new wording here, the wording that I'm just seeing tonight.
It seems the word inform is the stickler, that it should be recommend or something, right?
Well, yeah, inform is telling the school board what the method's going to be, and that's wrong.
Can I speak? I agree. I think we should put inform, because that's what we just, recommend. To recommend, that's what we discussed, and that's what I would like to see. And as far as, I have to speak to what you just said, Mrs. Weems. The governance committee consists of 5 people because it is made up of the chairs of every one of the committees. And that is why it constitutes that many members, because that is the way the governance committee is set up. That's, as when we read into this, we evaluated it, we researched it. That's what the governance committee is supposed to be made up of. And that's why it is, as you're calling, heavy. It has all of the committee chairs involved in it, which makes it very fair.
Mrs. Weems.
Yes, I do realize that because I just served on the governance committee because I was chair of another committee, and that's the way that we did set it up. But I have said over and over again, the way that we set it up to me is way too heavy, and this is an example because it gives one committee too much power. But that's fine. It is what it is. That was just my opinion, a very humble one, and I won't be able to support this. But thank you,
Mrs. Melnick.
The power is just in a recommendation. That's it. It's no power. It's not even a perception of power. It's a group of 5 people who come together who have really great discussions. You were on that committee. It's been a great committee. They make a recommendation. The real power lies with the 11 sitting here. There is no decision made by the governance committee. It's just that simple. It's just a recommendation. And
I mean, this was consent.
Can we put a motion in then to change the word?
Substitute motion, all right, I can make a substitute motion.
To change the wording
To
to?
change the word from informed to recommend.
Point of order, please.
Oh my
Can,
God.
can we make a substitute motion on a consent agenda? Are we substitute motioning the entire consent agenda?
So you can make a motion to either change it now in the consent agenda, or if you want to go ahead and move it back down to consent, or if you want to send it back to the PRC to look at this. It's up to you.
Well, it would have to be slightly reworded. So the three choices again to restate, Mrs. Linetti?
It would be unusual, but you could at this time make a motion to amend, to change the words in policy 4-6 as they appear, or you could make a motion again to send it back to, or move it down to the action item, so you can just change it and you would just vote on the consent agenda. Or you could also decide to pull it off and send it back to PRC if you would like to take more time to look at it.
In all fairness, this has been going on for about a year, and it's something that we have talked about for a very long time, and I really ask the board to just accept my substitute motion to allow the word to be changed so that we can move forward, because this has been going on for quite some time.
Mrs. Hughes?
I would just like to point out that when we were adopting the agenda, Ms. Manning proposed that we put this on the action agenda instead so that we could discuss it. We could have already been past the consent agenda because there doesn't seem to be any disagreement about anything else. And now we're proposing a change here. This doesn't make any sense. This is why we should be able to talk about things.
So as the policy chair, does the
Except that
policy
y'all voted
chair
to
have
try to block
have
that.
a preference for which of those options, Mrs. Riggs?
Well, you said it's unusual to make an amendment during a consent discussion. You also said it was unusual to have discussion during consent. So we have both of those things, and Mrs. Manning and everyone else that wanted to discuss it got to discuss it. And it's discussed during the consent. So my recommendation as the chair is to go ahead and substitute the word to make the recommendation to change the form to the school board, and let's put it on the consent agenda tonight. In what Mrs. Melnick said, this is something that we've been working with for a year. It needs to be discussed, changed, and it has been recommended by the state. So it's something we need to get past tonight.
If I can recommend, because what I think the wording should say, because I don't think what you're proposing is going to clarify this matter. I think what it would need to read would be, starting after the comma, such complaints and supporting evidence will be referred to the school board governance committee to make a recommendation to the school board as how to handle or resolve the complaint. I think that would be slightly better wording.
Right. Resolve instead of recommendation.
Could you read it one more time, please?
How about I write it first and then
Okay.
read it? And that's fine.
And if anybody wants a written copy, we'll provide it first.
Okay. I believe, all right, let's see if I can get this straight. I'm just going to read the entire underlined copy. If the acts that are alleged to cause an abusive work environment are alleged to be caused by a school board member or the superintendent, comma, such complaints and supporting evidence will be referred to the school board governance committee, and I would start from here, to make a recommendation to the school board as to how to resolve the complaint.
Does anybody want that in writing at their seat? We'll ask you to repeat it one more time, starting with the change to
That's,
make.
Right, so picking up after the word superintendent, comma, such complaints and supporting evidence will be referred to the school board governance committee to make a recommendation to the school board as to how to resolve the complaint.
Does anybody want that in writing at their seat? if you didn't get it yourself. Are we okay on this end? So do we first have to have a vote on the
I think
adjusted
you have
wording?
Mrs. Riggs' motion. She needs a second. She will be voting to substitute the language, and I can reread that if you want.
I made the motion to change it to the language that you just read.
Second by Mrs. Anderson. The motion on the floor is to substitute the wording in policy 4-6 after the comma, and the word begins, such complaints and supporting evidence will be referred to the school board governance committee to make a recommendation to the school board as to how to resolve the complaint. The rest of the sentencing, the words would remain the same. That is the motion on the floor.
So do we have a vote just on that substitute motion right now? That's the motion? Okay. So is everybody clear on what we're voting on? All right, all in favor, please show a raised hand.
Madam Chair, we have a unanimous vote.
That would return you then to the regular consent agenda.
Okay, which I had already read aloud. So,
And Madam Clerk, for the record, was Mrs. Owens?
Yes, she had her
good.
hand
Okay,
raised.
just making sure. Thank you.
so again, so now we had, does the original motion and second on the full agenda, consent agenda
You
stand?
had Riggs and Anderson as your initial motion to approve the consent agenda. That remains the motion on the floor.
Okay, so just asking then for a show of hands if you are in favor of the consent agenda as amended.
Madam Chair, we have unanimous vote with Ms. Owens voting in the affirmative.
Thank you. Now we get on to action and personnel report, administrative appointments. Motion to approve. Mrs. Holtz, and a second, Mrs. Hughes. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, please show your, just went blank, approval with a raised hand.
Madam Chair, we have a unanimous vote.
Thank you. So Dr. Robertson, would you share our latest group of new administrative appointments?
Yes, thank you. I'm pleased this evening that you've accepted our recommendation. Whoop. Test. I'm pleased tonight that you've accepted our recommendation of Ann Bianchi, currently a teacher at Thurgood Elementary School, who's also served as an instructional technology specialist at SeaTac and a teacher at Thurgood, to be the new assistant principal at Lynn Haven Elementary School. I'm pleased that you have accepted our recommendation of Matthew Fiske, current assistant principal at Lynn Haven Elementary School, a previous assistant principal in Norfolk at Bayview Elementary School and Granby Elementary School, as well as an instructional interventionist and a teacher, to be the new principal at Brookwood Elementary School. I am pleased that you have accepted our recommendation for Adrian Kraftcheck, currently a teacher at White Oaks Elementary School. Previously was a teacher at Bayside Elementary School, to be the new assistant principal at Luxford Elementary School. I'm pleased that you've accepted our recommendation of Jamie LaCava Owen, currently an admin assistant at Princess Anne High School and formerly a teacher at Princess Anne High School and Corporate Landing Middle School, to be the new coordinator of the International Baccalaureate Program at Princess Anne High School. And finally, I'm pleased that you've accepted our recommendation of Richard Cannon, currently the Senior Programmer Analyst, Department of Technology, who's also served in a number of different roles in the technology field, to be the new Development Team Lead in the Department of Technology. Madam Chair, these are our recommendations. Thank you.
Okay. And as always, we wish these new administrators, well, some new and some switching roles, but the best of luck in their new positions. And that
Good
brings,
evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, school board members, and Dr. Robertson. I'm Cami Linetti, School Board Legal Counsel, and on behalf of the Policy Review Committee, we have 2 action items this evening because they are bylaw matters. They are on for action. The first is bylaw 1.
excuse me, should we first get a motion and a second to discuss these? Okay.
But since you're voting this separately, you would
Two
take
separate.
take bylaw 119 first.
So, bylaw 119, duties of chair, vice chair, motion to approve. Mrs. Riggs, a second. Mrs. Franklin. All right, now discussion.
Bylaw 119 has to do with the duties of the chair and vice chair, although there seems to be some confusion this evening as to why we're amending this. In February of 2021, you amended bylaw 139, which has to do with agenda preparation. The decision at that time was instead of having a rotating agenda planning committee, you were going to have a standing agenda planning committee that would be the chair, the vice chair, and the superintendent. At that time, we didn't realize until it came back to the PRC that I needed to amend bylaw 119 to recognize that one of the duties of the vice chair would be to serve as a third member of the agenda planning committee instead of the rotating member. That is why it was mentioned in the cover sheet. This was a minor change. It reflects the decision you've already made as to amend bylaw 139, which happened in February. So this change is just reflecting the fact that the vice chair will now serve additionally as the third member of the agenda planning committee. And I don't think, there were some other minor changes in this pulling out, but that was the change and the impetus for this. And again, this was so that it matched up with bylaw 139, which is agenda planning. Those are the recommendations coming out of the PRC, just so that these 2 bylaws match up.
Any questions, or Mrs. Franklin?
And I'm sorry, I probably don't, go ahead.
Oh, there was a cue for that, but.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
From a historical perspective, on that, is there any possibility that if someone, a fellow board member, decides that, or asks or requests to have something put or discussed on agenda, that it could not be approved, or is that, or all requests always honored? I guess that's my question.
Mrs. Franklin, that was the reason for the change to bylaw 139 that we put in agenda planning. And the decision at the time was to set forth how it would be handled on them, because there's some confusion as who you would ask for it. So the decision was made that it would go to the chair, the vice chair, and the superintendent as they're planning. There are certain reasons they can make a decision not to put something on. There might not be enough time. The matter's set for a different agenda meeting, or some other reason like the logistical reasons that they could give an explanation to the member. If at that time the member felt that the member still wanted that matter to be on, the procedure would be that the member would then inform the rest of the school board, and the member could make a motion at the upcoming meeting. And so you've seen that procedure. We amended bylaw 139 to adjust it, and the procedures are set forth in that particular bylaw. And so you've seen a couple examples of that since February, where if it was not approved for agenda planning, the member was allowed to bring it up at the school board meeting to the rest of the school board, and the full school board would vote as to whether to amend the agenda to bring that matter up. And in fact, I believe the mask resolution was one of those examples that came up in that manner.
Okay, Mrs. Hughes, and then Mrs. Melnick.
I object to this. I mean, I objected to it when it first came up. I don't think it should. I think it should be a rotating basis instead of the chair and vice chair. When this first came up, it was right after another board member asked to put something on, and the chair didn't want it on there. And I happened to be that rotating member that time, and I said, yeah, sure, it can be on there. Well, then the very next meeting, we had this where we were changing it. And no, it has not been very equitable here. Certain people put forth resolutions or ask for things to be added to the agenda, and they're not put on there. They were unable to articulate why they did not put it on there. They just didn't put it on there, and then wanted us to bring it up at the last minute. Frankly, I think that undermines the whole point of having an agenda come out on Thursday. The public can sign up as public speakers. I think this undermines the spirit of open meetings and posting an agenda that both the board members and the public can look at. And I believe that we should go back to having the chair and a rotating school board member.
Okay, Mrs. Melnick.
So this is a bylaw that already passed in February, and I actually took what was occurring for years, and I made some phone calls. And I called, this board in particular keeps comparing us to city council. And it was during multiple comparisons of the way city council conducts business that I reached out to the clerk of the city, Amanda Barnes, and I asked her, how do you handle agenda planning? And she said, it is this simple, this is the way it is, end of the story. She said, the two people who are in charge of the meeting, and the two people, the vice chair may have to substitute for the chair sometimes, the mayor and the vice mayor create the agenda. And she said, that's the way it's done. It goes through multiple steps, as it does with the school board. There are meetings to prepare agenda items with senior staff. There are meetings with attorneys that occur equally on the school board and with the city. The city's process is about 4 days long, and Mrs. Barnes said that on the Thursday she sends the agenda out. If she doesn't hear from you at 1 o'clock, done. You want to add it? You can do it. You can add it as a board member or a city council member from the dais. But once that time comes, she sends a red flag message. She's done. That's it. And so there was nothing nefarious about what we did. We were just trying to align ourselves because of comparisons with the city and make this a streamlined process. We are not in the business of denying anybody, and we've talked about this with council, that if something is asked to be on the agenda very late, if there's no time for our staff to prepare, sometimes it's unfair to do that. But a board member always has the opportunity on school board night to ask for something to be put on the agenda. It's just that simple. Nothing nefarious. And we just followed in lockstep with city council. I think it's an easy, streamlined process. We take sometimes up to an hour of discussions, and just in planning the agenda after it's already been pre-planned 3 or 4 times before we get it. And I think it's completely fair. It passed in February, and it just needs to remain.
Mrs. Weems, then Mrs. Manning.
Yes, thank you. I really didn't have any problem with this, and I'm pretty sure I voted in favor of it in February, but boy, did I make a mistake in that vote. And I apologize for doing that. Because what I've seen in the last 4 or 5 months, it has not been fair. Ms. Hughes tried to get something added to the agenda in advance and was unable to. I tried to get something added to the agenda 11 days in advance. I went through every single process, crossed all my T's, dotted all my I's, did it in exactly the correct way. And my item did not get added to the agenda. And the reason was not one of those that Ms. Melnick cited. In the past, I don't think going lock, stock, and barrel with City Council is a good reason to do that, because I know we're not always consistent with City Council. They elect their mayor at large, and if we do that on the school board, I don't think the majority of us would probably agree to do that. I know that's been brought up. So I don't think that's a good reason to do it, because they are different, we are different, and we can make our own rules. But I do think the way that we had it, where a rotating board member helped with the agenda, I think we need to go back to that. It puts on a different set of eyes than the chair and the vice chair. The chair and the vice chair work together. And of course, it doesn't hurt to have another set of eyes on it. It doesn't hurt to have everyone at the agenda table at least every 2 weeks, and we rotate it. So I would be doing it once to twice a year, and everybody would have their turn. It does not harm the process. It does not make the process slower. It does not do anything negative to the process. If you're still too late to add to the agenda, like if I'm working on the agenda with Ms. Rye, if you're still too late and you don't get it to us, then you can add it at the last minute. But if you do everything correctly, it's the same as if the vice chair and chair were doing it, that we would let it to be on the, agenda. To be able to, for the vice chair and the chair, just to be able to turn things down, without the reason of, we've got too much to discuss that night, or you haven't given us enough time, but just to say, no, we're not gonna let that be on the agenda because it might cause the public to be, anxious or confused, that's not a good reason. And so I think with another set of eyes, you could balance that out, and you could have another board member talking and saying, let's look at that and let's give them a chance, or let's talk to them. And I just think it would be a more fair, transparent, inclusive way to do our agenda. And I think that it's very important that we do things in advance, because as we know, when we add things at the last minute, the public, you, who we work for, do not get to see it. And so you come down here and you're surprised at what's on the agenda. And that's not a good way to do it. And it should be done very, very, very rarely that way. So I do not support this at all because of what I've seen transpire in the last 4 months. I don't think it's been fair, and I think it would be much more fair if we all get a seat at that agenda planning table. Thank you.
Mrs. Manning?
Madam Chair, I also agreed with this, this bylaw change initially when we voted on it earlier in the year. I trusted that the chair and vice chair would do what they had said that they would do, and that items would be added to the agenda if we requested it. However, like Ms. Weems, I was wrong to have that trust, because there have been numerous instances where board members have asked for items to be added to the agenda in plenty of time. There was plenty of time and room in the agenda. It did not cause any extra staff work. I believe the excuse that was used for one of them was that it would cause anxiety with the public if we added it in advance. I am opposed, as Ms. Weems said. We should only on very rare occasions, emergencies, issues that we have to address, add items on the day that we're voting on them. The public deserves to know what we're discussing and what we're going to be voting on. So that's why I can't support this bylaw, and I would like to ask the policy committee to look at the other bylaw as well and send it back to being a rotating board member who would have the opportunity to give that input. Thank you.
Mrs. Hughes?
Well, I did not agree with this in the beginning, and I still feel the same way that I did. And I will say, with all due respect, if we behaved like City Council did, this actually might work. City Council doesn't try to keep the public from speaking. They don't try to keep each other from speaking when they disagree. And apparently, as long as you have it there by 1 p.m., it can go on the agenda. If you miss the deadline, you miss the deadline. That's on you. But that's not what we're doing here. We are trying to make sure that anyone with a differing opinion has a difficult time adding something to the agenda or giving the public advance notice that something is going to be discussed. So if you want to follow the procedures of City Council, you're going to need to also follow the decorum of City Council. You can't have one without the other.
Mrs. Franklin?
I'm actually going to bring it from a different point of view, though, as well. Just as a new member of the school board, I would say that I was kind of looking forward to the opportunity to understand how agenda planning works. I know that when I was going through the orientation, it was a situation when you said that we would have rotating. So I just am curious, how do new school board members then have an opportunity to learn how to plan an agenda? Are we allowed to come to the agenda planning? Of course. If that is the case?
Happens after a meeting every time, or the day after. Of course you can.
So there's an open invitation to participate that.
I will
I'm sorry?
clarify with you that if there are 3 of you at a meeting, you need to follow the freedom of information requirements. So please talk with me before you do that.
Now, our clerk gave a presentation at a workshop, and I think it was this calendar year, on the agenda planning process.
That is correct. Did you want me to
No.
briefly go back over and do that? I
No,
have
no.
no problem, but yes. It was in the beginning of the year. It was one of the
It was
first
your mini
presentations I
retreat
did.
in January is one of the presentations.
I do want to share one more point that came up in the initial discussion back in the early part of the year. If Dr. Spence were here as a superintendent who's been in many different school divisions, he made the point that in every other division he's been associated with, it was the school board leadership that met with the superintendent for agenda planning. And again, that's what the understanding that of this multi-step process of the request coming through. I mean, we have not acted with malice, and I just feel at this point it probably needs to be put up for a vote. Because I think we've gotten through the queue. Okay, so then we have the motion and the second on the floor. All in favor of this bylaw 19 revision, please show a raised hand.
Ms. Owens, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. We have 7 ayes.
Okay. All opposed, please show a raised hand.
And we have 4 nays with Ms. Hughes, Ms. Manning, Ms. Weems, and Ms. Franklin. So the motion did pass.
Moving on to bylaw 147, again, this will require 2/3 votes to pass. Public comments at school board meetings. This is another one that we were cleaning up with PRC. If you remember, we amended the standing rules. We made some changes that came out of the process when we were doing a protocols manual on that, and we changed some of the order, and then we were trying to better define out how do you the confusion between what is a formal agenda item versus we used to call them non-agenda items and informal agenda items, and the PRC took a look at this, and the recommendation that we would use was going to be that the title of the section would be Hearings of Citizen Delegations on Informal Meeting and Non-Agenda Items. That would mean which informal workshop or something that's not actually on your agenda. That would be how you designate that portion of public comments. The other portion would be on hearings of citizen delegations on formal agenda items. So that's your first part on. At the beginning of the meeting, you do the formal agenda items because those are the matters you'll be taking up during the meeting. At the end of the meeting, you would take up informal meeting and non-agenda items. We went down to clarify further down the first paragraph what it meant for informal, meaning that workshop items would also be included on there. The changes and the rest of the policy is adjusted to do that. Again, the reason we're amending bylaw 147 is to match the changes that you put in the standing rules that we were defining out the 2 areas, because the question was, how do you understand which section of the public comments you should be signing up for? So this is to match changes previously made to standing rule B.
Questions or comments?
Madam Chair, we need a motion and a second.
Yep, we started that again backwards. Okay, before we open for discussion, motion to approve. Mrs. Franklin and Mrs. Anderson has seconded. Okay, now discussion or questions. Mrs. Hughes.
So this version will have a few issues. One is this version looks different than the version we had at the June 22nd meeting, and we did not have a PRC meeting between that one and this one. That's one issue. My second issue on here is in the section D, where it says the school board chair or the superintendent or designee may create procedures to address the orderly presentation of speakers. The school board certainly, or the chair could certainly do that, but I don't think that's up to the superintendent to create procedures for school board meetings. It's a school board meeting. That should come from the board, not the superintendent. And my third issue here is, once again, I'm just going to say, I agree with Ms. Baker, and I've said this before. I think our agenda and non-agenda speakers should all be able to speak early on, and I think that they should all be recorded and be part of our record. It is part of the meeting. And so long as people are speaking on topics that are school board business, I think they should all be allowed to speak. They shouldn't necessarily be separated out, and they should all be part of the record.
Mrs. Weems.
Yeah, I agree with that too. And we've seen the chaos tonight and other nights, we've seen, sometimes a blurred line of what was on agenda, what was not on agenda, and what subject and what topic can I talk about, can I not talk about. It puts the chair in a very awkward situation to have to try to control that. So, I definitely, I'm almost thinking we should send it back, or I guess I'll ask the committee, did you look at perhaps what a constituent suggested and what Ms. Hughes has suggested? Did you look out and discuss putting all speakers, just let them all speak, let them speak on anything that's school related? Did y'all look at that and discuss that, or was that not part of the discussion?
Mrs. Weems, that was part of the discussion.
yes.
Sorry, that has been brought up at different times. It's also been brought up at governance to do that. The decision was made that the school board would bring this up at another time. We talked about putting it on the retreat and decided that it was not, we had too many other items on the retreat to deal with this, and that would be something the school board could decide. There might be other ways to handle speakers, and the PRC did look at that. They felt it was a pretty significant change, and that should be something that the entire school board decide. That's also what governance looked at. It was brought up at governance because we were trying to do some order and planning issues, and governance all decided this is a matter that the entire school board should probably look at. PRC did talk about it, decided while looking at amending this policy, this bylaw was not the time to bring it up, but the whole board could look at this. So my understanding, the intent is this will be put on for agenda item, but you could certainly bring it back. They thought there was not enough consensus either at the governance committee or at the PRC to make a recommendation, because this is a pretty significant change in how you've handled your meetings. And my understanding is that this will be placed on an agenda, either workshopped or for a further discussion by the school board.
Okay, I think that's great. So I would like to make the motion to table this, send it back, park it somewhere until we have that full discussion, because I think it should be a full board discussion about the speakers, about if we're going to separate it, if we're going to combine them, what they can speak on and off, and where they're going to be. I mean, it's a lot, and it is a change. So I make the motion to send this back to policy committee and park it somewhere until we have that very thoughtful discussion as a board and with the community input on that.
I'll second that motion.
But if I may, just right now, this was just attempting to clarify what's presently the process, so I think both can happen. Approving this tonight just affirms, if you recall from, and I want to go back to the January retreat, but even since then, the workshop was never clearly defined for in any documents, and the workshop is the informal meeting, and that's all this is attempting to do. It's not changing anything. This is just clarifying present practice, so we can do both. We can clarify what's the case for now, while we proceed with, again, having a broader discussion. Ms. Manning?
So, just to know where we are, Ms. Weems made a motion, I seconded it. Are we discussing sending it back to committee as we're supposed to be doing here, or what are we doing?
Like,
If you want to clarify, you said table, you said send it back or park it. Do you just want to send it back to the policy review
Send it back
committee?
to the policy committee, yes. I mean, I can't tell them what to do, but I would hope that we don't do anything until we really have the discussion and do what's best for the public and what's best for in order to conduct a productive meeting in the
So
future.
Mrs. Manning, the motion on the floor, if I'm going to clarify for Mrs. Weems, is that you would not vote at this time, you would send it back to PRC.
Yeah, I second her motion to send it back to policy
So that
review
is
for further
currently the
review.
motion on
Yeah.
the floor.
All
which
right, so
discussion
Mrs.
should
Riggs
address.
would like to comment?
And that's what we discussed in the policy review and or the governance, like we've said up here, that we would discuss that this would be just for the clarification that Mrs. Rye said, and then we would be bringing it forth or recommend to bring it forth to the whole school board to discuss because it's something that we all need to talk about. So at a workshop, I totally agree. This needs to be done at a workshop. But for tonight, just for the clarification that Mrs. Rye said, to go ahead and we can vote on what Mrs. Manning, recommended or proposed, and then we'll discuss it and say, this is what we want to do. But I think we've already discussed that we do want it at a workshop. So I think it should be in the near future in a workshop.
But both PRC and governance felt it was such a significant issue that
We
they
both
didn't
talked
think
about
that the whole board should bring it up. That is why they did not change it at this point. All they were trying to do is make it clear for the agendas until such time. I think we originally thought it was going on as a retreat item. It did not end up on the retreat, so we're still stuck out there. But I know both committees have looked at it and feel that the whole board should bring this up.
Mrs. Hughes?
How soon could we get this in a workshop? Because perhaps if it's going to be in the next month, we could just table this until the workshop.
I dare say
Gotta
that
look at
goes
the
to the agenda
quarterly
planning
report.
team to make a decision.
This is a formal request to add it to the agenda.
Well, the present quarterly report goes through end of September workshops, so anything that's fair game, I guess, starting in October.
It's not even on there anywhere.
We have to wait till October?
Thinking a little outside the box, we could ask PRC, because they will have a meeting the first week in August, to try to do different drafts for you, not saying which one or the other, but how it would look. I know PRC and I know governments have talked about the different issues. It wouldn't be they do one, they could do multiple drafts for you that might make it a little bit quicker for you when you got it up to a workshop to look at the options for this. That could be something we bring up at the PRC meeting, not giving you a recommendation one or the other, just what different options would look like. We could have this pre-drafted and then you could figure out when you're ready to put that on.
Actually, it's the second week in August. It will be on the 11th
At the 11th,
instead of the 12th. It'll be the 11th, okay? Which is
To
a
be fair,
Wednesday
I
at
apologize,
11
yes.
o'clock in the morning.
Ms. Riggs was correct. We did talk about bringing this to the full board during PRC. I just think that before we vote on it, if we're going to have a workshop on it, we should do that first. To me, that's the best way to, fully discuss it and look at it prior to voting on it.
But I think what Mrs. Linetti is trying to say is we need something in place until this is changed, because we're going to have how many more meetings of the school board until then? Until when we can have it as a workshop, unless they take one of the other workshop items off and exchange it for that. And I'm not the one that sets up the workshop agenda.
Again, they would be bylaw changes, so once you workshop it, unless we came out of workshop with something, it would have to go on information and come back for action. You could expedite that on there, but depending on where you are, it might take a few more meetings for us to get it up there. So, but that's your decision as how you want to do that. My only suggestion with PRC, actually PRC will not meet before the next school board meeting. It'll be the day after, it appears, if I'm correct, and which case the PRC wouldn't be able to pre-draft it and bring. I could certainly give you some drafts before then. I'm just trying to figure out somewhere to get drafts for you that might expedite your workshop process.
So in the meantime, we need to follow this just for the next school board meeting, which is on the 10th. And then PRC will meet. We can find out what our agenda will be for the next workshop that maybe we could substitute or add it to a workshop to see if we could go ahead and, discuss it. That's just a recommendation.
So may I speak?
Please.
So my recommendation is to vote no against the motion that's on the floor, to table it, because we need to go ahead and vote for this tonight, one way or the other, so that we have clarification. And then once we workshop this, then we can make whatever changes we want to make in the workshop. But I think we do need an hour's discussion, at least an hour dedicated for discussion about this with the full board. If it means we have to meet at 3 o'clock instead of 4 o'clock on one of those days, I'm most willing to do that, so that we know we have a full hour of discussion for this. But I do think we do need to have a full discussion with the full board at a workshop. But in the meantime, I'm voting against tabling it for tonight because that means we're going to walk away with nothing. So,
Yes.
Mrs. Weems?
Did we met 2 weeks ago, right? And had we voted on this 2 weeks ago? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so it doesn't have to be done tonight is my point. We can have a meeting without voting on this, and I'm like Ms. Hughes, I hate to vote on this and then undo it because after we have this long workshop, because it is gonna take quite a while to decide, then we're gonna unvote it and change it. We've met many times without having this done, and we can do it again.
All right, so I think what we're all in agreement on is the understanding that there will be future collective board discussion. The issue on the floor right now is whether,
Mrs. Weems' motion to send it back to the Policy Review Committee. It is a substitute motion on the floor right now.
and the alternative is to vote on the present clarifying language. So people,
The only thing you have it for you right now that you have to vote on is a substitute motion by Mrs. Weems. You need to vote on that first before you do anything
Okay.
else.
Okay, so the substitute motion on the floor, all in favor, show a raised hand.
So we have 4 ayes.
And all opposed, show a raised hand.
We have 6 noes, and Miss Owens is not online, so a non-vote for her.
So now we go back to the bylaw proposed wording changes to clarify. So that there was a motion and a second. Mrs. Manning?
Yeah, I just had one more comment on that. It has under B, the time available for hearing of citizens and delegations at a school board meeting on either non-agenda or formal agenda items is set by the standing rules. And then there's something added that says, but may be altered by the school board for good cause. So I have some concerns with good cause because that's what was added to the issue of not being allowed to put things on the agenda by school board members. So good cause could mean anything. So I really struggle to approve anything that says good cause without it being defined. So my request would be to send it back to Policy Review Committee to do that, but that's not going to happen.
I don't have the updated wording in hand. Can you read the sentence where that is on
I can read
section
it
B?
for you. It's the
time-
last section of B. It would read, "The time available for the hearing of citizen delegations at the school board meetings on either non-agenda or formal agenda items is set by the standing rules, but may be altered by the school board for good cause." Discussing out of PRC is, as has been our habit, 3 o'clock in the morning might be a good reason to stop meetings. We've had situations, we've had hurricanes and lost power occasionally, and that might be a good cause. That's what we were discussing at PRC. You would obviously have to vote to alter that. But those were some of the suggestions that we had for why you would have to limit the time or cut off comments.
Mrs. Hughes?
I would think in the event that we lost power, even if we didn't have a bylaw, we could probably stop the meeting then. What other things are good cause that we would just shut people down?
You're going to have to vote on that, the time period. I've been here, we've had meetings, we've lost power, and we continue to do it, but knowing, and we continue with the meeting with flashlights, but if you had online people, that might be difficult for us. We wouldn't be able to record it and broadcast it, so in my opinion, that might be a reason. But that's up to the board, you would have to make the decision at that time period how you were gonna handle it.
I think we should be fleshing out good cause before we vote on things that say good cause anymore.
Well, so, but it was part of this discussion, again, if there were a really voluminous number of speakers that we could recess to the next day for the additional speakers
That
past
is always a
midnight?
procedure under Robert's Rules of Order. You can continue to the following day or a set time period. And while you'd like to think it doesn't happen, I can name many meetings this year where you've been here well after midnight and still had other meetings to conduct. So, but that's a normal procedure you can do. You can recess and continue the following day. Or you might stop a meeting at 10 o'clock with public comments and then pick up your meeting, the regular business, and then continue at a later time or the following day with speakers. There are many options that could come up. I think that's why we didn't attempt to define good cause, because at the time it happens, you as a school board are going to vote on and make a decision.
Mrs. Anderson?
We had a lengthy discussion about this, if you remember, Ms. Hughes, because we said that there may be times, as there has been in the past, that we might have 100 speakers and that we might not be able to finish until, 3 or 4 in the morning. And so we might alter it, or we might postpone or recess until the following day. So those were some things that we came up with, and I think Ms. Linetti actually mentioned something about, power going out, et cetera. So, but those are just, those are things that we would have to vote on as a board, or talk, the chair would determine, if it was necessary for us to postpone speakers until the next day or whatever. So the good cause, that's why we left it open, was because you can't predict extenuating circumstances that may arise.
So attorney question, without the good cause wording, is that option still available to the school board in these extenuating circumstances?
That's always a motion you can make. You don't have to. You can make delay motion. You can continue to the following day. Those are always options for you. There could be other things you might do. You might decide you've got 150 people. Instead of 4 minutes, you want to give them 3 minutes so that you can get more people on. That would save you 40 minutes, something of that nature. There are options you could have. But again, you can always at the meeting just make a motion as to how you're going to handle it. We were just trying to get this in, the PRC thought if you put this in ahead of time, then everybody knows that that's an option for you if you have to deal with large amounts of speakers or something's happening that's preventing you from being able to get all the speakers on.
I was going to say, we could always, point out what extenuating circumstances would be, but there's always in the chance that you're going to leave out something that's an extenuating circumstance that's not listed. And then you're like, oh, well, that's not one of the extenuating circumstances that's on the list. Or you could just say extenuating circumstances as determined by the chair and voted on by the board or something like that, because then you could have the board vote on it. That's just a thought.
What about adding that caveat, subject to school board approval, or
Right.
Mrs. Manning? Or who had the hand, Mrs. Hughes or Mrs. Manning?
Well, we were both thinking the same thing, is we could just leave that last little phrase off that was put in there, which has already been mentioned more
But
than once tonight.
It says, but may be altered by the school board for good cause, because Ms. Linetti says that we can already alter it without having that in there for specific reasons, such as the lights go out, too many speakers. We don't need this. To me, this just adds more things that you can stop the meeting for that we don't need to.
Can PRC live with that?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, let's just take the words off for good cause and leave it at school board.
Well, no, I mean, take out the entire, but may be altered by the school board for good cause. I don't think it should be altered at all. Except because Miss Linetti says that there are already reasons, you don't need that in here. Correct.
You would just make a motion at the time because you would be amending more than one bylaw. Each bylaw is going to require a 2/3 vote on there. And if you don't know it ahead of time, you do need a unanimous vote of the individuals at the meeting. So it kind of depends on the circumstances and how it comes up. But you do have the ability to amend your agenda during a meeting. What we were trying to get to is people talk through different options, and we thought if we just put it in here, that everybody knew that this was a possibility, should it come up, that it wouldn't be a surprise that somebody was springing something on there, that if circumstances arose, that the school board could make a decision on how you were going to handle that. That's why it came up in that sense. It's always been an option to you, but there were concerns that somebody was trying to sneak something in or do something in there. We wanted people to know that that's a possibility, and we will deal with it in this way by the school board voting on it should it happen. But again, if you take it out, you still have to do it, and you still have to vote on it. The intent of this was always that the school board would vote on it when it happened.
So the intent is to make sure the school board votes on it. So I would say we need to keep that in there. Wouldn't it be the school board needed to vote on it?
You would be, without, either way, you have to have the school board. It is a change to a bylaw. And so the school board has to vote on it if you are altering what you've adopted. So
Okay,
yes.
and so we don't need it stated in here.
No.
You're saying it doesn't have to be stated. So if it's not stated, someone can't bring up the point, well, it doesn't say that in your policy.
I'm going to remind you of the multiple meetings where we've discussed this, where you decided that the reason we offered it was because people were concerned that if it came up, that they wouldn't understand it. And I will remind you that tonight you made this decision, you didn't need it, so that's why the wording is not in there.
Right.
Either way, you have the ability to do it. There's a procedure we'll have to go through, but you've always had the ability to stop any portion of your agenda.
But it needs to be understood, so maybe it needs to stay in here. That's just my thoughts.
I agree. I mean,
Okay, we need to just, we're going back to
you can take out for, I'm fine with taking out for good cause and just leaving it period after school board.
So, do we vote on, is there a motion? Did you make a motion?
Not yet. There's not a
Okay.
motion on the floor.
Can I make a motion?
But please read
substitute
that
motion?
because I believe the language that Mrs. Anderson's voting was not grammatically correct, so.
we do have one substitute motion still on the floor.
That's what I thought there was.
Well, you can do a substitute to a substitute, so this could, you can get two, so you can have another substitute on the floor.
Even if they're on separate
ahead.
issues? No,
Did
I
she?
know, I thought the
I didn't-
substitute was to return it to PRC.
You've already voted on that. There is
We don't
no,
have a substitute motion on the floor. So you
So-
can make it.
Oh, shoot. Just went out.
You'd be looking at paragraph B, the last sentence, the time available for the hearing of citizen delegations at a school board meeting on either non-agenda or formal agenda items is set by the standing rules. Now, the question is, do you want to take out that whole phrase?
But may be altered by the school board, period.
That's what I,
So you're
And
just taking
leave
out the
for good cause
are you
out.
making that motion?
Making the motion,
I second.
So the only thing you're taking out of the proposed amendment is the last three words on paragraph 3.
Yes, for good cause. period, after school board. But
Mrs.
may be
Man-
altered by the school board, period.
Mrs. Manning?
So I just have a question on that. So if we did that, since this is in a bylaw, we would need a 2/3 vote to
Well,
alter?
actually, with the rule in a bylaw, if you've not provided notice ahead of time, now if you have to have all members of the board, all members present. So you have to have 11 members, if you have 11 members on the board at the time. All members are present and they have notice then. If all members are not present, then you have to provide notice. It's a little tricky, but yes, you can amend it at a meeting, but it depends on the amount of people at the meeting.
And so you would have to have all of them, and you would still have to have 2/3?
You would need at that point a unanimous without prior notice.
Oh, unanimous.
Because you're making
Okay.
without prior notice to them. It's a little trickier if you do not have all your members at that particular meeting.
Okay, so it would still have to be a unanimous vote.
and for the record, Mrs. Owens is not with us anymore.
So does that mean we can't vote on this one tonight?
No, this one is because you've shared prior notice that this was on, so she knew it was here. It only requires a 2/3 vote for a bylaw.
Okay.
If you're changing a bylaw and no notice to anybody at the meeting, then you need everybody
you need
present
2/3.
to be able to make that decision.
So was it okay? Did you accept that Mrs. Briggs made the motion and I second to eliminate the 2 words or the 3 words for good cause? Did you accept that?
Are you asking the clerk? Did she get that? Or
So the motion on the floor would be to accept paragraph B with all but the final 3 words for good cause. That would be removed. That's Mrs. Anderson's motion, Mrs. Briggs' motion, second by Mrs. Anderson.
Right.
Or the other way around.
Right, striking those 3 words. So we would be voting on that first.
Right. So is everybody clear then on the revised wording for this vote? All right, so
Everybody clear?
bylaw 147 as amended, all in favor, show a raised hand, please.
We have 9 ayes.
All opposed, show a raised hand, please.
We have 1 nay with Ms. Hughes and a non-vote for Ms. Owens.
Okay.
That would be it.
So action item C, resolution mask face coverings, motion to approve. Mrs. Franklin, second. Mrs. Hughes, discussion. Do you want to start, Mrs. Hughes?
So this resolution would make mask optional in the absence of a statewide mandate. Obviously, if there is a statewide mandate put out, we would have to abide by that. But in the absence of one, parents should be able to choose whether or not their children are masked. I think teachers can choose for themselves, and we were already told in the fall that every VBCPS employee who expressed an interest in being vaccinated has been, so we don't have that reason anymore. But at this point, again, in the absence of a mandate, people should be able to choose whether or not to mask, and parents should have the final word on their children, not the schools.
Mrs. Melnick?
In fairness, we do not operate on resolutions. Resolutions are things that we bring forward for things that we're doing. When we read resolutions that we're celebrating history months, those are resolutions. I'm not quite sure how we got in the business of writing resolutions for things that we don't do. That's never been the practice. And that's where I stand on that. All of this tonight about a resolution saying something that we shouldn't do when we really don't have everything yet, and it may be moot moving forward. And so we do not operate in resolution, and that's where I stand on that. Ms. Manning.
Mrs. Manning?
So, one of our most important jobs, and kind of the biggest part of our job here on the school board is to pass a budget resolution. That's how we pass our budget. So we do operate by resolution. I fully support, parents having a choice and there being an option. I don't want to tell a parent that they can't allow their children to wear a mask in school. I think a parent should have that choice. I think a teacher should have that choice. I also think that a parent and a teacher should have a choice to not wear a mask. One of the biggest things that I am very concerned about with masks, and something that I realized during this pandemic, is I had a really hard time understanding people when they were talking to me, even if they were close to me. I realized how much I rely on reading lips. I don't have a hearing problem, but that's just how that's how I have accommodated, and that's how I understand people. And I'm not a reading teacher, but I've talked to a lot of our reading teachers here in the district, and they've told me that it has been so difficult for them to teach their students when their students can't see their lips, or they can't see their students' lips. Their students can't see them enunciating words. And those are some of my biggest concerns. The public out here has told us about a number of concerns with masks and health issues, and that's a concern for me as well. But our students need to see our lips. I believe it was Mr. Rutledge talked about smiling. Our students need to see each other. They need to read facial expressions of each other and of their teachers. And that is why I feel very strongly that we need to have an option for parents to have that choice for face coverings. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mrs. Riggs?
I'm the first one that wants to take these masks off and let parents have their decision made. It's your decision. I get it. But as a governing body of the schools, I'm going to have to repeat what we've received from many parents, not the parents sitting here, but the parents that have stayed at home and spoke online and sent us emails.
Please.
And I would really like for you to listen. I don't respond to the emails because I have my the school board chair, who I agree with, so I do not add to that.
Let's
For the
proceed,
record.
please, with school board discussion.
But
Please.
this is, and I'm going to reiterate what these parents have said too, because we have parents on both sides, and they all have rights, just like you do. And I think it is irresponsible for us to make a resolution to ignore the advice of health professionals such as the American Academy of Pediatrics, the CDC, and the Virginia Department of Health. I will stop
Please.
and wait for you to.
Please. Please, decorum, please.
Our school system needs to have the flexibility to adjust, adapt, and to pivot to address this ever-changing health crisis as well as any future crisis. Now, if you've been reading the papers, watching the news, and it's on all news channels, both, if you read, and science says it both way, we've got, all of us have our science. There's some people that are having science.
Look at her.
Look at us.
Okay, so what I want to say is this is ever changing. What we've been seeing in the papers of what's happened with this new variant, for us to make a decision with a resolution tonight would be irresponsible. Thank you.
All right, Mrs. Anderson and Mrs. Weems.
I agree 100% with Ms. Riggs. I think it's irresponsible of us to try to tie the hands of our administration so that if they have to pivot in the future, they would have to come back to us for another vote. I think this is one of those times when we need to stop and listen to everything that's going on. And we're listening to all of you. I agree. I don't like wearing masks. I hated it. It fogs my glasses up. I don't like doing it at all. And I know that most children didn't like it, but from what I've heard from almost every teacher that I've spoken to, and from several parents, is that a lot of the children got used to wearing the masks. And in fact, some of the parents even said to us they had to tell them to take them off when they got home. So whether you believe it or not, this is what we've been told. And so yes, we're listening to you, and we understand the frustration of all this pandemic has brought to us. It's done a lot of damage to our whole country. And yes, I'm in favor of students not having to wear masks, but I'm not going to regulate that.
Please, This is the school board discussion component of the meeting. We already had our public discussion, public speakers. This is now school board discussion, please.
As I said, I don't want children to have to wear masks in school either. I understand the reason for them having to wear masks, but I'm not going to tie the hands of our administration and tell them that they can't have children wear masks. So I just want to say that I'm going to vote against this, but I'm not against, I'm not against the resolution. I'm just not going to vote in favor of it for tonight.
I know Mrs. Weems is in the queue, but I think this is a good time first to ask Dr. Robertson to weigh in on where the staff is with this and a projected timeline and what else we might be waiting on.
Certainly. Right now, we are in consultation with our local health physicians, some endocrine, good God, I need to practice that. And yes. Waiting for guidance from the Virginia Department of Education, the Virginia Department of Health. We hope to have that guidance soon. Our plan is that in the August 10th school board workshop, we will share our reopening plan and all of our health and safety mitigations that will be in place at that time.
Okay. Mrs. Weems?
Thank you. Well, definitely everyone has his or her opinion and has a right to his or her opinion. Even in the medical profession, we have heard contradiction after contradiction after contradiction. Examples, masks are very effective. No, masks don't work. These are from different medical people, different medical groups. You don't need to wear a mask if you've been vaccinated. You do. You need to wear 2 masks. Cloth masks aren't good. The vaccine is going to last for a year. No, the vaccine is going to last for a month. If you've already had it, you don't need the vaccine. Wait, if you've already had COVID, you do need the vaccine. I mean, it is so confusing, and you're right. Who do we listen to? Educators have all different opinions. Parents have all different opinions. People in my family have varied different opinions. But I think the one thing that everyone has agreed on for the past, 18 months, which science tells us, data shows us, and most everyone, medically, personally, educationally, has agreed that children, our students, are not high risk of getting this disease. In fact, they are hardly at risk, close to 0 risk of getting it badly enough to be hospitalized or die. Everyone has agreed on that pretty much. The reason why children were masked in the beginning was basically to protect others. And it had to be done because we didn't know a lot. It was to protect Grandma and Grandpa. It was to protect my niece Bella, who had open heart surgery. It was to protect the administrators, the custodians, the teachers in the building. These children wore masks to protect others. Fast forward now, we have a vaccine. Every one of our employees has been given the opportunity to get the vaccine. Every single one of them, if they choose to. They have the vaccine. These children should not be shouldering the burden to protect the adults in the building when these adults can have the vaccine. These adults can also wear a mask. Children, if we pass this resolution, can wear a mask. Teenagers can get the vaccine and also wear a mask. I'm going to be going to Texas in a little while to visit my granddaughter who has a compromising. You better believe I'm going to be hunkering down and wearing a mask because I don't even want to take her a cold germ. Okay, that is my decision. But I think it's time to let parents decide because we do have the vaccine. Everybody in Virginia Beach, in the community who wanted the vaccine can have it. My granddaughter has been in soccer camps, Vacation Bible School, Sunday school, no one has worn masks. None of the kids have worn masks. It is time for these kids to be able to go to school and not be shamed, not be uncomfortable, not be able to not learn. And you talk about phonetic awareness and phonics. The reason why, in my opinion, that I'm having phone call after phone call, please help my child, please tutor my child in reading, they don't know phonics, was because they could not see the teacher. We've gotten emails from reading specialists. You have got to be able to see how I am pronouncing the phonics, where my tongue is according to my mouth and my lips. Special education children, it is so important for them to be able to see the position of the mouth, the speaking, in order to read and write, especially at this young age. So I am definitely going to support this resolution because I think it would be irresponsible not to, because the science tells us, the science has always told us that our students are not at risk. The parents were in the building, the teachers were, but now we have the vaccine. Do not shoulder, do not burden our students for another however long it's going to be, because it's not needed. It is not needed. We've already done that. They've already done their part. Now let them go to school, let them learn. And then, of course, this resolution, if the state comes, like Ms. Hughes says, and mandates that you have to, of course, this does not buck law. But this is to, again, and we do operate by resolution. We've passed many a budget resolution of what we're going to do. And this resolution, resolution says what we're going to do is let parents have the option. That is what this resolution says, is that we are going to do something. We're going to let you have the option, knowing all the risks, if you want your child to wear a mask to school or not.
Mrs. Franklin.
And I'm just going to actually just talk to school board members here. And, you know, I think that one of the reasons it is important to have this discussion is because, you know, listening to the emails, listening to the public, I think that a lot of families do need to be able to make some decisions. We've already had a deadline passed for Virtual Virginia. And so I feel like a lot of parents do feel strongly enough about this issue that they've got to start making plans, even though we're just in July. I mean, school is literally around the corner. And my concern is if we don't have this discussion right now, that they're not going to have ample opportunity to enroll in a private school or other options. So that's one of my points. The second point that I do feel strongly is that it basically states, again, like Ms. Weems and Ms. Hughes said, that this only applies if there are not other standards in place, or, you know, if nothing else is passed or passed down to us from the state or whatever. My other concern about this, two other points that I have, is that, you know, we got an email this morning about a speech instructor, and he said that masking really makes their job very difficult. And we have such a gap in learning, especially at the elementary level right now. And I'm afraid that if we continue to focus on just wearing the masks and not on the gaps that we have in the learning, the gaps that we have in terms of being able to move forward with, you know, proper, tools, which is pronunciation and looking at someone's mouth and doing all that stuff. You know, we're in the business of education, and I think that we have to focus on making sure that every teacher has the tools to be able to do their job, and certainly masking does prevent that as well. And my last point, I guess, is just that I see kids everywhere. And none of them are masked right. Well, I'm sorry, I don't want to say none. I think that there are a small portion, but there are, you know, there's a very small portion of children right now that are masked because the governor's order was lifted. So what does masking in school prevent when they're already going everywhere else unmasked? So, and so basically, what I want to know is, you know, yes, we can prevent what happens in school, but what happens then when they go outside of school. We're basically trying to say, well, this is only important when you're in school. And I guess that is the biggest reason that I feel like I want to support this resolution, is because right now there's not masking happening outside of what happens in the classroom. And if that was the case, then I would say, okay, we have to look at this, but when they're running around unmasked everywhere else, it just doesn't make sense to me. Thank you.
So I just want to share, for me, timing-wise, in respecting the process, that we still, the staff has shared that they're prepared to come back to us on August 10th, that they anticipate at that time updated guidance from the state, which still is pending. So for me, it's part of what makes this decision premature for tonight, but certainly to consider all this feedback. Now, like, for example, speech accommodations, I can share, and I would hope that when the staff comes back to us, if there is to be some mask component, which we don't know yet, but that we would division-wide recognize. I ran into a speech therapist in one of the elementary schools when our school visit pause was lifted. And at that point, they had the accommodation of not wearing masks. And I was so happy to know that for the reasons you so stated, Mrs. Franklin. So I just hope that, I think that any set of recommendations can be reasonable and recognize the areas where these accommodations make sense or the right thing to do. Please, please, please. Go ahead. Mrs. Hughes.
So, two points. One is, as far as state guidance goes, this is not premature because you don't know what the state guidance is, because this resolution states plainly in the absence of a mandate from the state. So it wouldn't matter if this is before or after. There is no conflict. And the second is, I don't believe that we need to wait for administration or staff to make a decision. I've heard multiple times on multiple other topics that staff does what the board directs them to do. I'm not sure, that seems to have changed only for this issue, because that way we can put off this topic. That's not, staff does what the board directs them to do. So there's no reason to not vote on this now.
Mrs. Melnick.
So just for clarification, Dr. Robertson, in the absence of a state mandate, are we going to mandate masks, or are we just going to move on? If we have nothing from the state,
That's a good question.
are we just going to move forward?
So thank you for that hand grenade. We took the approach last fall and spring to rely on our medical professionals and the health industry. And that committee was comprised of a diverse group of doctors. We've expanded that to include the two
Chronologists.
chronologists. I'm going to get that right. And the other piece of that, of course, is going to be what is the guidance we're going to get from the CDC, et cetera. What is interesting is Virginia High School League just came out today and is mandating masks outside for coaches and athletes, whether you've been vaccinated or not. So this is a recommendation that came out today from the Virginia High School League, because people are absolutely on different sides of this argument. So to your question, Vice Chair Melnick, we're going to consider all of those factors when we bring our recommendation back. Dr. Spence has been talking to a number of superintendents across the country. He has examples of superintendents who sent their kids back right away and didn't have masks and had no issues. He has, in the state right next door, a similar issue where they had several students get ill, and although we have been lucky in Virginia Beach, they did have some deaths. So,
excuse me.
So I appreciate you interrupting me. And so to your question, we'll be bringing our recommendation back to you, that the plan is for August 10th.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Well, I just wanted to say one other thing though, but it just does kind of feel a little bit, and my only concern is for parents that want to make a decision on this before any other deadlines come due, and so if it comes August 10th, then is there a potential? And I'm just asking, is there a potential where it's going to be pushed again? Because I understood that when we had the July deadline, that was one thing, and I was happy with that and making a decision. But then, or I'm sorry, the June deadline, but then it got pushed to July, and now it's getting, it says, well, if we do it August 10th, I just feel like that's unfair to some of the parents who might need to make a decision before then. So I'm just worried that, do you think that if we don't have clarification by then, are we absolutely making a decision on August 10th either way? And I feel like that might be a little bit too late for some
So I
parents.
can't answer that question because the superintendent is not here.
Okay, I think we're ready. So for the mask resolution, all in favor, show a raised hand, please.
We have 4 ayes.
All opposed, show a raised hand, please.
And we have 6 nays and 1 non-vote in Ms. Owens.
Okay, that brings us to the information portion of the meeting, our Special Education Advisory Committee report. So what are you telling me? Do you need to leave? Mrs. Milton, to leave health reasons.
I'm getting an ocular migraine, so in my visual, I start to see the zigzag line, it's gonna start filling.
Okay.
I won't be able to drive.
All right, so you're
Like,
gonna
I can't see the middle of your face right now.
see somebody take you home?
You want to call George?
I only live across the street, but I really cannot see the middle of your face right now.
Okay.
Really, I
Did you
think,
get those?
but I mean, should you drive? I know you have a short drive, but, okay. All right, Miss, let me know that you're okay. Okay, please proceed. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairwoman Rye, Vice Chair Melnick, members of the school board, and Dr. Robertson. My name is Ronnie Myers-Dobb, Executive Director of Programs for Exceptional Children, and tonight I will be providing a brief overview of the Special Education Advisory Committee's work, SEAC's work, this school year, as well as their recommendations for the 2021-22 school year. By state regulation, SEAC is charged with advising the school board about needs in the education of students with disabilities in the Virginia Beach City Public Schools. Dr. Lee Woodard was here earlier and was going to deliver this, but she did have to leave earlier, so I did share with her that I would do it in her absence. So just as a reminder, the role and the function of SEAC is outlined in the regulations governing special education programs for students with disabilities in Virginia. The primary function included is participating in the development of priorities and strategies for meeting the needs of students with disabilities, making recommendations regarding the education of students with disabilities, reviewing policy and procedures for the provision of special education and related services, as well as reviewing the school division's annual plan. So SEAC wanted to thank the administration and school board for their attention and prioritization of students with disabilities during the past year. Although the year was very difficult and not ideal for anyone, Virginia Beach City Public Schools offered a face-to-face option as soon as it was safe for students with intensive support needs who received most of their special education services in the special education setting. So all aspects of the education of our students with disabilities took a massive effort on the part of central office administrators, building administrators, and all staff in special education. SEAC is also thankful for the division's efforts to improve inclusive practices across the division and for the division's response to the Coalition for Trauma-Informed Schools to hear their recommendations. So this slide highlights some of the key activities and accomplishments of SEAC in the 2021 school year. There were 8 meetings held throughout the school year, and 5 of those included educational presentations. SEAC partnered with the Office of Programs for Exceptional Children and the Office of Family and Community Engagement to host the first virtual community resource fair, and all of those resources were also made available online via Padlet. As required by the Virginia Department of Education and the regulations governing special education for children with disabilities in Virginia, SEAC reviewed the annual plan prior to submission to the school board. Other activities included providing materials and ideas for activities to schools for Disability History and Awareness Month, participating in the Virginia Beach City Public Schools Equity Assessment Focus Group, and in a meeting with the Coalition for Trauma-Informed Schools. Contributing to a school board workshop on inclusive practices, and working with VDOE and SEAC members across the state to revise the VDOE SEAC guide. SEAC has 3 recommendations to the school board for the 2021-2022 school year. These recommendations build on the 2020-2021 recommendations and also draw from the Virginia Beach City Public Schools 2019 Special Education Performance Report. The recommendations include the following: continue to explore why IEP teams propose students with disabilities receive services in the special education setting, and propose ways to reduce the number through the work on inclusive practices with building administrators and staff so that more students with disabilities receive special education services in the general education setting or the least restrictive environment. Propose the recommendation of the 3 pilot schools be considered and all schools participate in the quality standards for inclusive school self-assessment during the 2021-2022 school year to identify areas of focus related to inclusive practices. Building administrators should then work in collaboration with staff from OPEC to address the areas of focus to enhance outcomes for students with disabilities through inclusive practices. And then lastly, their 3rd recommendation is for the division to work to implement or consider implementation of the model recommendations on restraint and seclusion developed by the Coalition for Trauma-Informed Schools. And some of the recommendations of that coalition included implementing trauma-informed and trauma-sensitive practices, as well as increasing the number of psychologists, social workers, and counselors, and developing high-quality functional behavior assessments in order to develop behavior intervention plans to address the behaviors of students. And some of those recommendations align to the presentation you heard earlier and workshop related to the Mental Health Task Force. So that is the end of the presentation, and I know Lee was wanted to make sure that if y'all had any specific questions for SEAC specifically, that her email was at the end of the actual report that was provided, and she said to please make sure that you reach out to her if you have any questions, and then I'm here to answer any questions you may have as well.
So before I open it up, can I just ask, is there an administrative response to the recommendations?
Well, we work in collaboration with them. So some of the recommendations that they made last year, as well as continuing moving forward, are aligned to some of the recommendations that we are that our work in OPEC.
Okay, Mrs. Manning.
Thank you for your presentation, and I just want to say thank you for how well you guys have been working with SEAC. I've just seen such positive changes over the last couple of years, and I credit you and your team for that, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
The first recommendation, while I know and I support all of the parents who want their children to have the most inclusive setting. I think that's extremely important, and I know parents who that's so important to them, and I believe in the parents having that voice. But I also know a lot of parents who the special education setting works so well for them. So while I want to advocate for those parents who want inclusion, I also want to make sure we're not forgetting about those parents. So this first recommendation, I just want to make sure that those parents who want that special education setting are going to still be able to get that, and that's still important.
And so we've had that conversation, at SEAC meetings, that we do have to offer a continuum of services for students with disabilities. And it is an IEP team decision, and that parent plays a part in that decision. So we're not saying that we're going full inclusion. That's not the intent of that recommendation. I think what they're referring to is when you look at our percentage on the special education performance report, we have not met that when you're looking at the least restrictive environment. So they want to ensure that we are continuing to address the needs of students with disabilities and exhaust all of those opportunities in the general education setting before we are moving forward to considering the special education setting.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
Mrs. Franklin?
Thank you. That was a great presentation, and you're doing amazing work. Mr. Freeman, don't you walk away. I just wanted to say thank you out loud to you and your team. I actually had a constituent reach out to me about her son is permanently in a wheelchair, and he was constantly getting wet when he was pushing himself or getting himself from the ramp to the school because there was a pothole that kept filling with water, and your team took care of that. And I just want to applaud you and thank you because it's one student that it was impacted, well, probably many, but one student that brought this up. And I just want to say how amazed and impressed I am by you and the SEAC team and just all that we're doing to care for those with disabilities in BBCBS. So that meant a lot to me and a lot to that family. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I will ensure there were many people that were involved in making sure that we were providing the best service that we could. I will make sure that gets passed on to all of them. Thank you.
So I'll just call, please, Mrs. Weems.
Yes, thank you, and thank you to our great SEAC Special Education Committee. Yeah, I kind of wanted to piggyback on what Ms. Manning said, and being personally experienced with the special education process with a child. And he's not going to mind me mentioning this because he's grown and has a family and all that stuff by now. But I had to fight for him to actually be in his self-contained class for a few years because for him, that was his least restrictive environment because he was not being successful at that time in the general education until we started weaning him. So least restrictive environment, you really have to take on a case by case and what's best for your child. But as we are promoting inclusive education and trying to get as many as we can to be in that general education class, if that's the least restrictive environment for them, how are we on the other hand controlling the numbers? Because ever since I've been on the board, and it's been a long time, and I'm still hearing it, that we have general education teachers saying, Ms. Weems, my 9th grade English class, I have 13 kids with an IEP and no assistant. And so, and I know the federal guidelines are very, very, it's just like huge amounts that are allowed in a general education class. But how are we going to, as we're pushing them in this class, how are we going to help that teacher who has a huge task of delivering instruction to all these students in general ed but have very specific IEPs?
And I think the last time we talked about this, some of it does go back to the master scheduling and recognizing that sometimes we might have to have 2 classes of English 9 for students with disabilities. I mean, we don't want to push a large number into one classroom. So we might have to have 2 classrooms that we have assigned a special education teacher to support students with disabilities. Because again, like you said, we don't want to have a reverse inclusion where we have 20 students with disabilities and only 8 students without disabilities. So we do have to monitor that, through the master schedule. But I also think, we have students right now that are pushing in and pushing out. So it's happening. And when we're talking about inclusive practices, you have to remember that it doesn't always mean that we're talking about the academics, that we're not just talking about inclusive practices as what they receive in the general education setting. Inclusive practices about walking in and just feeling the culture of a building and knowing that everybody there has accepted all students and that we're making sure that students with disabilities have the opportunity to be part of not only a classroom community, but a school community. So, I mean, some of the things that we've talked about is our students with more significant cognitive disabilities being a part of when they go into the cafeteria, that they truly get the opportunity to interact with their non-disabled peers, that just sitting at that table in that cafeteria is not really giving the opportunity for them to interact with their non-disabled peers. So inclusive practices means a lot more than just the least restrictive environment. And that's part of the conversation too, is again, creating that culture of acceptance and giving them the opportunity to be a part of the school community.
Right. Yes, and that's great. And I hope that we can use these pilot schools and just our schools that are having best practices to make sure we replicate that throughout the whole school system, especially like you said with activities at the middle and high school at lunchtime and all that. Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I think it's important to have just affirmed that inclusion is more, we're talking not just the classroom setting, but the whole school experience. So thank you. And I just wanted to, as I often try to do, offer my, on behalf of the board, our appreciation to the advisory committee and all the committed members who serve on that committee. And through this year too, and they continued with their meetings and
Yes.
and progress, and so
They
thank
didn't
you.
miss a meeting.
Okay, I think we are done here. We can still follow up and just thank you for sticking it out with us tonight. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Committee, organization, or board reports. Anybody have anything to share? Okay, so this concludes the formal meeting, and we will now transition to our hearing of citizens and delegations on informal meeting and non-agenda items. And I'll go ahead and read my script here. The school board will now hear comments on informal meeting items and non-agenda items from citizens and delegations who signed up with the school board clerk prior to this meeting. In-person speakers are asked to line up in the hall in the order they've been registered to speak. Online speakers, we ask that they remain online and we assure that their connection is working properly so they are able to be heard by the school board when called to speak. The purpose of hearing public comments at this time is for the school board to hear concerns from the public regarding matters related to the business of the school board and the school division. The school board reserves the right to maintain appropriate decorum and order in school board chambers, so the school board and viewing public are able to observe and hear the meeting. Should members of the public interfere with the orderly conduct, the board reserves the right to take appropriate action to restore order and allow the business of the board to continue. Should it be necessary, the chair will recess the meeting until order can be restored. Please keep in mind the school board invites the public to also submit comments through our group email account, which can be found on our website. And the way we'll do this, in-person speakers will be called first, followed by speakers participating through Zoom or via telephone. Speakers, and we ask that you begin speaking once your name is called. And for our Zoom speakers, no need to ask if you can be heard. As a reminder, speakers have 4 minutes to present and will be given a 30-second warning before time expires. And once that time has expired, we ask the speaker stop making remarks so the next speaker can be queued to speak. And finally, the school board invites the public to also submit comments through our group email account, which can be found on our website. So with that, Madam Clerk, would you introduce our first non-agenda speaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mrs. Linetti, would you please read the motion to go into closed?
Yes, ma'am. The motion is that the school board recess into closed session to deliberate on the following matters. A closed meeting pursuant to the exemptions from open meetings allowed by Section 2.2-3711, Part A, paragraphs 3 and 6 of the Code of Virginia, 1950 as amended 3. Discussion or consideration of the acquisition of real property for a public purpose or of the disposition of publicly held real property where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body. 6, discussion or consideration of the investment of public funds where competition or bargaining is involved, where, if made public initially, the financial interests of the government unit would be adversely affected, namely for the purpose of discussing the superintendent's recommendation regarding a public-private education facilities and infrastructure act project proposal, and as allowed by Section 2.2-3711, Part A, paragraphs 7, 8, and 19 of the Code of Virginia, 1950 as amended 7, consultation with legal counsel and briefing by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probable litigation where such consultation, briefing, and open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating on the posture of the public body. Oops, sorry. My goodness. For the purposes of the subdivision, probable litigation means litigation that has been specifically threatened or on which the public body or its legal counsel has reasonable basis to believe will be commenced by or against a known party. Nothing in the subdivision will be construed to permit the closure of a meeting merely because an attorney representing the public body is in attendance or is consulted on a matter. Subsection 8, consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel. Nothing in the subdivision will be construed to permit the closure of a meeting merely because an attorney representing the public body is in attendance or is consulted on a matter. And subsection 19, discussion of plans to protect public safety as it relates to terrorist activity or specific cyber security threats or vulnerabilities, and briefings by staff members, legal counsel, law enforcement, emergency services officials concerning actions taken to respond to such matters or related threat or public safety. Discussion of information subject to the exclusion of subdivision 2 or 14 of section 2.23705.2, where discussion in an open meeting would jeopardize the safety of any person or the security of any facility, building, structure, information technology system, or software program, or discussion of reports or plans related to the security of any governmental facility, building, or structure, or the safety of persons using such facility, building, or structure, namely for the purpose of discussing criminal investigation regarding threats to school board members and the school division's response to such threats.
Is there a second? Mrs. Anderson. Okay, all in favor, show a roast.
No, I moved.
The motion, yeah, I'm just reading, sorry.
I made the motion. I move that we accept that motion. Is there, now, we need a second.
All in favor, please show a raised hand.
Madam Chair, we have 9 ayes.
All right, so now we need a moment to transition into closed session.
School Board of the City of Virginia Beach has convened a closed session on this date or last date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote in accordance with the provisions of the Freedom of Information Act, and whereas Section 2.23712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, 1, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which the certification implies, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered. You need a motion?
So moved.
Anderson, second. Mrs. Hughes? All in favor?
We have 9 ayes.
No, Rose, thank you.
Did you adjourn the meeting?